Hello, very good morning. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series, where the race for this trophy takes another step closer, because by the end of play today, we will know the first player through to Champions Night on Saturday evening. The top of the table is a two-horse race. Two players really dominating proceedings as far as Group A is concerned. And this was the tail of the tape as far as Day 2 was concerned. It's been a week of troubles for Cam Crabtree so far. Just 2 wins following the first 2 days worth of play, and the same is to be said of Wayne Jones, the Wanderer, hoping for a good day today ahead of an assault at Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively. As for Chaz Barsi, he's playing some good performances. Lost yesterday of an average of 102, just 6 points, means that he looks like he's going to be set for the afternoon session. Andy Bolton's got a 4-point cushion ahead of 4th spot. He's on 10 and is perhaps in terms of numbers been the most consistent player on the rest of the field, but he's 8 points behind the top 2. Scott Taylor and Tom Sykes going toe to toe, pound for pound at the top of the pile. Taylor in 2nd spot by just 1 leg on legs difference behind Tom Sykes. These two are going to be jousting all the way to the line. Well, it's an intriguing last day's worth of action, it has to be said, here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And watching all of the action alongside me up here in the studio is the asset, Paul Nicholson. And Paul, well, have we ever seen a Group A where 2 players have run away with a group like Tom Sykes and Scott Taylor have so far this week?
I don't think I've seen where 2 players have stretched the field so much with so much quality at the same time. They do seem to be following each other. That's a really good sign ahead of our 15 matches today. And they're going to be playing each other in round 2 today. So it's not maybe the fixture that we all wanted, where they would play in game 15 and it would be a shootout to go into Saturday night. But it will be very interesting to see how things go round by round. But high 90s averages for the week. They're both attaining over 105 as a PB for the week as well. Such a great amount of quality.
Most certainly has been. Right, let's have a look at the table following 2 days worth of play in Group A. Tom Sykes leads the way from Scott Taylor, as I say, both of them on 18 points. Andy Bolton, the next player back, on 10 points. He's kind of been the most consistent of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, that's fair to say. He's got that 4-point cushion ahead of the bottom 3, so I think realistically today, even though it is possible that he can somewhat squeeze through with a miracle, Andy knows that's not going to happen. Tom and Scott know that it's going to be one of those 2, but having that buffer ahead of the other 3 could be big, because the last time Andy was here in a Champions Week, he went from Group A to Group C and did not make the Saturday night. I think he's got a much better chance of making Saturday night through Group B. Has he played his best this week? No, because we haven't seen that one performance that puts him in a different bracket. 96 is personal best for the week. Just get the feeling that maybe some nighttime action on Thursday and Friday might do the trick.
Out of the players in the bottom half of the table, is Chaz Barstow the one that maybe you've got the most hope for the rest of the week?
Yes and no. I mean, you think about what Cam's done in an individual game. He's averaged over 105. It's just been a bit too sporadic with him. And the same could be said of Chaz. But if we're going to try and separate them somehow, you may have to look at their bottom game. Wayne's bottom game has been probably not as bad as Cam's, and Chaz's bottom game has not been as bad as Wayne's. So from that perspective, maybe.
Well, let's have a look at the betting then for the final day of Group A. Mathematically, only 3 players can qualify, and the bookies, well, they've written off Andy Bolton and Scott Taylor and Tom Sykes. I think they're probably fair in saying they can't split them. Just take your pick, take your choice.
When you consider how they can't be split, statistically, Laura and I will go through that in the first round of matches today for each player, but they've got an awful lot of stuff for them, and there aren't any negatives really. That game that they play in round 2 could be pivotal. It could be the game that decides who goes through, because if you think about the fact that Tom had 10 points on Monday and 8 points yesterday, then you flip them around and it was 8 points on Monday and 10 for Scott. I mean, how are we supposed to split them? If we can't do it, and the odds compilers can't do it, the only way to split them is to get them on the hockey and see what happens.
Which we're going to do today. Right, let's have a look at the bet builder and see what you've been having a punt on at home. This pays just over 9 to 1, a little bit of an ambitious one today. Tom Sykes to get the better of Wayne Jones, 4-2 or better at 5-6 for there to be over 1.5 180s in the Tom Sykes Scott Taylor game. That's got to be a guarantee. And Cam Crabtree against Wayne Jones, most 180s. It's 9 to 1, but it's not the worst 9 to 1 I've ever seen.
I think that's a really good one. That Sykes versus Taylor, surely that's going to yield at least 5. We've had games this week 3 times, is it, where we've had 7? Not necessarily that fixture, but the handicap, I like that because Sykes looks good against anybody else apart from Taylor. And at the bottom, yeah, I can get behind Crabtree against Jones. So I think 9 to 1 for that one is fairly inviting, but please gamble responsibly. Over 18s only and biggambleaware.org.
Yes, if you're going to have a punt on the Super Series today. And I love a Wednesday of Champions League. We both love a Wednesday of Champions League because we get the trophy out and somebody's going to be one step closer to lifting this on Saturday night.
Yeah, I think when we start putting people in the hat for Saturday, it's very, very different. We can get excited on a Monday because we've got no idea who is going to make it. But even if Scott Taylor or Tom Sykes don't make it today, I have every faith that they will be there on Saturday night because I think these two are going to take some stopping.
It's going to be an intriguing Valentine's Day worth of darts. So forget about the roses are red and the violets being blue because we've got some MODUS Super Series action for you. So the final day of qualification through Group A at Champions Week is about to get underway. Paul Nicholson's going to be describing all the action today in the commentary box in the company of Laura Turner. Morning, Laura.
Yeah, good morning, Henry. Yeah, absolutely outstanding day lined up ahead here. And we just have to, we've asked questions already. Can Tom Sykes continue this form? Can he continue this level? Well, we asked it yesterday and the answer was emphatically yes. Just that one leg separating him at the top of the table from Scott Taylor. And I just think we've got that early clash, relatively early clash between Tom Sykes and Scott Taylor. And it's going to be, for me, one of the ones that's a bit of a winner takes all based on what we've seen so far. But Wayne Jones there, not one to be written off, hasn't had the best campaign so far the last couple of days. But going into the third day of play, it'll be interesting to see what Wayne can bring.
I spoke to him in the last 20 minutes, in fact. And he said to me, I just want to play good darts today. I think that's a really good mentality, actually. Don't overthink it. He's not going to make Saturday today. Same could be said for Crabtree and for Bolton and for Barstow. But what kind of carnage can they bring for the other two? I think 41. That may be the forgotten story today. Could somebody step up and cause havoc for this man or the man from Bolton?
85.
Don't think it's just a given that it's going to be a guaranteed 8 points against the other people. And it's just going to be that shootout. It could be, and if it is, fair enough.
121.
But we have had big performances from the likes of Crabtree, from Barstow, from Bolton, and they could cause issues. But the job of 83. Sykes in game one is just to put the pressure back on Taylor. Then he's got to respond. And vice versa all the way through the day.
And I do wonder, as we get closer to that finishing line, whether the experience of Scott Taylor just might take him over the edge. But as I said before, we've asked questions. Can Tom Sykes keep doing it? And yeah, very emphatically, yes, he has.
You know what it's like, Laura, in the working environment. If you want to get yourself a couple of days off, you've got to work hard. They don't just give away 2 days off here at the Super Series. You've got to earn it.
Yeah, I agree, but I also think we work quite hard, and we're here for the entirety.
100.
Yeah, we just love it more than anybody else.
Yes.
That's why.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jones is going for an opening 5-visit leg here. Tom Sykes, for the first time that I can remember
19.
This week, is not out of the
Tommy
blocks
require
quickly.
148.
But will he finish? He clears that quickly. He didn't even let me finish my sentence.
Wayne require 40.
He does pressurise Wayne's position. who was 32% on doubles yesterday.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's
Wayne
good.
Jones.
In fact, Wayne on doubles yesterday had the lowest percentage of anybody,
Second leg,
and
it's
this
Tom to throw
signifies
first.
Champions Week
Game
for
on.
me. 32% being the lowest. That's a good sign. We did have some patterns between
140.
Monday and Tuesday. We had 40 180s on Monday. We had 40 yesterday as well. So does that guarantee that we're going to get 40 today? No. We might get less or more. If we get the same, it'll be kind of freaky.
60.
It's not even Friday. It's Valentine's Day today.
97.
Yeah.
I've already seen social media this morning. Your other horse had a pop at you.
Oh, really? I haven't looked, but that doesn't seem like a massive surprise.
He called you Moon Pig.
Oh, yeah, that one comes out every year.
81.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Aaron. Unfortunately, my choice words for him probably shouldn't be aired right now.
140.
Oh, this is better from Sykes. I think it's an interesting schedule that we have today because Tom is in Game 1, Game 4 and Game 7. Which means
45.
he will play
Tommy
before
required 124.
the rest of the field in every round, apart from the opponent that he has, of course. So he has a chance to have the lead
60.
here. And because he plays Taylor in Game 4, if he was to win those two games, and Taylor was to lose to Barstow in Game 2, that could create the separation that he has probably dreamt of overnight.
100. Tommy requires 64.
Yeah, for me, these opening few games, quite a lot on them as
48.
Sykes unable to find the double. But we'll be back. But yeah, for me, these first few games, it's going to be quite interesting because although Barstow is sat there in fourth place, he does have the potential, depending on the day of Andy
45.
Bolton,
Tommy
he can
requires
still
16.
play himself into a Group B spot.
Game shot on the second
Equaliser
leg.
for Tom.
Tom Sykes.
Expect a bit more of the 6-visit range today because
Third leg, it's Wayne to throw
as
first.
much as we
Game
expect
on.
from these players, some of them are in unknown territory. And in fact, anybody this week could be in unknown
60.
territory. As far as people being involved in Champions Night, Scott Taylor's the only one who's ever been there.
60.
Tom Sykes has never played in a Group A in any week. So he doesn't know how to win a 3-day campaign. And Scott Taylor did not win Group A last week. In fact, he was
60.
third, behind Ted Everts and the Group A champion Sebastian Białowski.
140.
I don't know what's going on, Laura. We're into the middle part of leg 3 and we haven't got a 180 yet. This is not what we've been getting this week.
No, not at all. No. Opening match, very first opening match. I think there was 7 180s in that match
60.
on day one between Taylor and, or sorry, yeah, no, 5 180s, Taylor and Andy Bolton, and it kind of just went on from there.
We have been spoiled in that department.
41.
But I'm convinced that today is going to be all about the edginess, and I think there's going to be some key misses. Wayne's average for yesterday, 88.21.
140.
Slightly up on what he did the previous day. And in fact, there were only 2 people yesterday that brought their average up
140.
from Monday. And they're both playing in this match. Everybody else went down. However, if you think about Tom Sykes, for example,
100.
his average
Tommy
went up,
required
but he got less points.
120.
He had 8 yesterday as opposed to the 10 he grabbed on the first day.
Yeah, that's the thing with the statistics, isn't it?
87. Wayne, you require
Yeah, a bit of a wild
81.
one there from Tom Sykes. Yeah, statistics are a great indicator. They give us an idea of kind of the levels, but well, always make sure of the single number, and that's 2. You know, it's a throw from each of them, missing the big
Tommy
single
required
number.
33.
Yeah, Tom misses the 5. And then the shot that Tom hit, Wayne hit because he was
Game
going
shot on
for the
third
5,
leg.
going for the 12,
Tom
wasn't he?
Sykes.
Well, 2-1 it is, and that break of throw in 17 darts proves what I said at the end of the previous leg, we may just
Fourth
get a
leg,
lot
it's
of
Tom to
6
throw
visit
first.
range stuff
Game
today.
on.
To Tom's credit, yesterday he put in more big numbers, averaged 107 in a
100.
match. Had his biggest finish of the week of 158 and continued at a world-class level on the outer ring with 41%. But get this.
100.
He was only third in percentage in those charts yesterday. Third at 41%.
96.
It really has been some high standards so far, and that's one of those stats, isn't it? And I think that's kind of what we picked up with Wayne's his whole campaign so far
59.
in this Champions Week is his timing. When he has missed those doubles, there has been someone there to kind of mop up behind him, and that's why he finds himself in the position that he's in on the table.
128.
Overall, the group was 40% yesterday, and that tells you everything you need to know. In Super Series history, it's around 33%.
38.
It's one of those stats, isn't it? If you've got 3 darts in hand, it doesn't really matter if you hit it with the first or the third, as long as you get it within the throw. But we've had a lot of big combination finishes as well.
59.
Sykes has got time potentially on the 118, but Wayne can get to a finish here, but he needs 2 big trebles. It might go to the 18s here. That lie on the 60 is not ideal.
100.
That's why.
Tommy
He's better at getting them over the top
180.
than underneath. And Tom, because Wayne is on 204, did not have to go that route. I know a cool cat from around these neck of the woods
58.
who would have gone for 2 treble 17s and double 8 there. All personal preference. But he may have to hit the 60 this time
100. Tommy requires 60.
for another 6 visit leg. He's done this before. But he didn't want to
50.
do that.
Wayne, you require
Sound like Harry Enfield.
104.
Yeah, this 104, I think after this week I want to coin the Andy Bolton. He's hit it 3, maybe 4 times this week, but always at match-winning opportunities, and this would be massive for Wayne.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Well, there you
Wayne
go.
Jones.
The Andy Bolton hit by Wayne Jones. A line I never thought I'd say.
5th leg, it's
But
Wayne
Laura's
to throw
right.
first.
Andy's
Game
hit
on.
that 3 times this week. And at least once a day. So expect him to hit it at some point. And it's not out of character to leave that number as well. Imagine if you're on
81.
201 and a score of 97 from there is not out of the question.
59.
You tend to find there are those numbers out there that creep up quite often, either by choice or just naturally.
81, 121, 161, 441.
It's going through my scores. 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20.
I was being kind to myself,
82.
actually. I was going to give myself 4, 5, 6. Tom Sykes' average yesterday, 98.19.
100.
That doesn't happen often. Here on any day, whether it's Monday to Friday. And the fact
100.
that he's gone up from a 97 from Monday just speaks about the amount of talent this lad has got. People take notice. If he's doing this for the rest of the year,
140.
he's going to be there or thereabouts in a lot of tournaments, not just here.
125.
Hasn't got a maximum yet and
Wayne
can't
require
afford to get frustrated at that.
156.
Yeah, good adjustment there from Wayne Jones. Just a couple of loose starts, and there's another one.
63. Tommy require 135.
In pub darts, that's good dart. I think it's fair to say
70.
that Tom hasn't
Wayne,
really
you require
knitted 3 darts
93.
together yet. He's had visits where there have been 2 good darts, but no 180s. And no big combos yet.
79.
But he does get a chance at the
Tommy
65.
requires 65.
Wayne could have put him in trouble in this game. He's going to go for double 6. This is a very, very big dart.
53.
The
Wayne
despair
requires 14.
could be followed by more. Wayne's under no pressure. Can he find 2s?
10.
You're a lucky
Tommy
man, Tom.
required 12.
Yeah, he's still got to take it, but goes back to what we were saying with Wayne Jones when he's had those chances. Badly timed misses, but this is not a given.
9.
Yeah, it's all getting a bit messy.
Wayne, you require 4.
And not in a good way. I can't see Lionel, can you? At the back of the net
Game
was
shot
double
for
2 and it's
Figley.
3-2
Wayne
Jones. We could be having a huge upset at the start of day 3. At the
Sixth
minute,
gets Tom to throw
Scott
first.
Taylor, who
Game
plays
on.
Chaz Barstow in game 2, is rubbing his hands. He's hoping that Wayne is going to do him a favour.
96.
And if Taylor wins in game 2, he will go top of the table on points ahead of Sykes and Taylor playing. What are the other narratives today, Laura, for you? Because we can talk till the
140.
cows come home about Sykes and Scott Taylor. How do you think the other 4 are feeling coming into today? Are they
134.
disappointed that they're not part of the race for the top spot?
Yeah, I'd expect so. I think everyone comes here with that ambition of qualifying. The goal is obviously to make it through to finals night, and 50% of the field realistically, well, they just won't. So yeah, I think they'll be disappointed, but they
95.
know they've still got more games. So for me, it's all about just a bit like what Wayne was saying. Just try and play well. Just focus on your games one at a time, so you can take that
93.
confidence into whatever group you end up in.
I know that Wayne's only 6 points behind third position, and we've seen that kind of thing bridged
137.
before. But in all likelihood, are you going to catch someone like Andy Bolton on a Wednesday at the Super Series with a 6-point deficit?
44.
That'll
Wayne,
take
you
some
require
doing.
129.
Yeah, you're very reliant, aren't you, on what Andy does.
60 bull. This would hurt Sykes. Well, he's left 32.
97.
Look on the bright side.
Tommy
If
requires
Sykes can pull this
134.
out of his socks, fair play. But it just hasn't looked that likely. It's a mid-80s average
44.
game, and Wayne Jones
Wayne, you
having the
require
darts
32.
has been critical. But in leg number 5, Sykes should have taken us the other way.
Game,
As it turns
shot,
out,
and the match,
it's only the
Wayne
second
Jones.
loss of the week for Tom Sykes. And Wayne Jones didn't play too badly in that game. But if he played Sykes the previous 2 days with that standard, I guarantee he would have lost. So, when we go into game number 2, it's going to be Scott Taylor looking to go top of the table on his own, as Charles Barstow is going to be his opponent. And he does have a goal today, and that's to try and get to Group B.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So we've already seen our first twist of the day. Tom Sykes going down 4-2 to Wayne Jones, which has opened up the door to that man there, Scott Taylor. He's on 18 points. He can move outright leader on to 20 if he gets the better of Chaz Barstow, who has been playing some good stuff this week at Champions Week. However, it looks like his campaign is going to end in Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively. A good run today, and maybe some slip-ups from Andy Bolton could change that fact, but he is hoping to have a good day today to build some momentum going into the latter half of the week, wherever that may be. As far as Scott Taylor's concerned, he's hoping he doesn't have to play on Thursday and Friday respectively. The 32-year-old from Bolton, who won week 12, so could probably do with a couple of days rest himself up against the 45-year-old from Winchester. Right, watching this one in the commentary box, it's Laura Turner alongside Paul Nicholson.
You're right, Henry. We have had a twist. And what are we going to get next? Is it going to be a somersault, a pike, or is somebody else going to fall? Because
First
Scott
leg,
Taylor
it's Scott to throw first.
can't really afford to
Game on.
fall in this game or the next. Just because Tom Sykes has lost that first game of the day, he's not out of it by any means.
139.
Because he does have a game with Taylor in game 4 to recover. It will depend on this game as to
96.
the narrative of that. Will it be a case of Sykes trying to equalise? Or will it be
100.
potentially just trying to steer with him? Because it could possibly be Scott Taylor
50.
getting a lead on points for what feels like the first time in this group.
Yeah, he'll be more than aware of what's happened before him. Knows this is a really big opportunity.
125.
Chaz hasn't been able to beat Scott Taylor so far this week, but for Chaz as well, this is a chance if he's going to bridge that gap between himself and Andy Bolton.
140. Scott, you
He's going to
require
have to beat some of
137.
the top two.
59.
Steady start from Scott. Get himself onto a 2-darter after 4 visits here.
125.
But he has
Scott,
company.
You require 78.
Got to polish these off, and double 12 has been somewhat checkered this week.
Game
But
shot
on
on
this
the first
occasion, it
leg.
is polished.
Scott Taylor.
I'm with you, Laura. I think Chaz could have a huge say
Second leg,
today.
it's Chaz to throw first.
Because when you give
Game
him a
on.
day of just playing, and this is practice ahead of the next couple of days, he could do
93.
anything.
Yeah, he is one of those players. He has got those bursts and those patches where he can be unplayable himself.
96.
And we've mentioned a few times, Chaz perhaps doesn't always perform his best in these early stages.
134.
It's an early start for any dart player. So I think if he could get himself into Group B, that would probably be
78.
more conducive to see the best of Chaz Barstow.
I couldn't agree more. I spoke with Henry at the top of the show about Andy Bolton, how he'd been in a Champions Week before,
93.
failed to get through Group A, went to C, didn't get through that. Chaz has got exactly the same experience from Series 1. He was in A, he didn't get through. He was in C, he didn't get through. Do you know who did get through that Group C campaign?
139.
Christopher Mason. Sorry, Christopher.
42.
Yeah, he got through and made Champions Night. And we have not seen
58.
a
Chaz, you
9-dart
require
shootout
139.
since that week. Well, the week 12 of that series. See?
99.
This is what Chaz can do. He can
Scott, you require
leave
130.
139, have a really decent crack at it. And he does it fast as well. But it's the bull.
105.
Haven't
Chaz,
seen a
you
great deal
require
of bullseye
40.
finishes this week so far.
Game
But we
shot
have
on
seen
the
Chaz
second leg.
equalise.
Chaz Barstow. Third
No, I
leg, it's
think,
Scott to throw first. Game
Bullseye
on.
finishes, the one that I can recall the most is probably someone like Sykes yesterday. Got him out of trouble in those early legs, but to me that's kind of conducive that they haven't
60.
had to leave the Bullseye, haven't had to set it up.
Sometimes it's a good sign that we don't get a lot of big finishes because people are scoring that well.
95.
But what was not a good sign for Sykes is that his highest checkout in the previous match was 33. When it's that number, you know that you've probably
80.
missed a bullseye en route to that shot already. And he didn't get anything like a 61 or a 56.
51.
Just showed that maybe today is going to be an edgy affair.
Yeah, though Scott Taylor does like to include the bullseye in his finishes. The 143, that was unexpected. That wasn't what we were looking at. But even when he's got 86
96.
left, he seems to have a preference of going bull 36.
Yeah, he does. And it proves your point about him trying to avoid double 16.
59.
Because yesterday when he had 86, he went bull double 18 with 2 darts.
Hey, if you can do it and it works, why not?
I've always said,
117.
if you do it and you hit it, you look like a genius. But if you miss it, you look like a Wally. And not the same Wally that
58.
has a striped jumper and glasses.
Scott, you require 148. $58.
Seems to be a bit of a pattern this game so far. Where having the hold of throw seems to be the way to go.
125.
We'll find out if that continues
Scott, you
throughout the
require
match.
90.
Might see the bullseye here. Do we?
65.
He's getting closer.
Chaz, you require 113.
Yeah, that was just a millimetre away, but massive opportunity. 57 required for double 18.
95. Scott, you require 25.
Yikes. I get the feeling that one might not have been set in his grip properly. Maybe that wasn't either, but it still finds the target. Now it's double 12 again.
Game shot
Nothing
the
wrong with
third
that one.
leg. Scott Taylor.
Even when he's having a perceived bad
Fourth leg, it's
performance,
Chaz to throw first.
this is
Game on.
encouraging for me when it comes to Taylor. If your bad game can be somewhere around 87, 88,
80.
you're playing well.
Yeah, I just think it's the expectation we've got, and I can see it in the body language of Scott. He's obviously not
57.
quite comfortable as yet, but again, it's a massive opportunity. He's just seen Tom Sykes lose. He knows that he can move ahead in points.
58.
Wants to take it with both hands.
Yesterday when I was speaking to him backstage on our programme, I asked him a very honest question about his energy
140.
levels because he's been through the ringer in the last 8 days. And he did say that on Tuesday he hit the wall a little bit.
100.
He was almost under pressure to get a good night's sleep, which is very hard to do when you're constantly in competition.
140.
You almost want someone to come around and just give you a clip round the lug and knock you out for 8 or 9 hours. But it doesn't work that way because your mind is whirring.
140. Scott, you
I
require
really hope for his sake that he did
164.
sleep well last night.
Yeah, I know. I kind of liken it to like a kid at Christmas. You just want to go to sleep so that the next morning comes and you just cannot switch off.
50. Chaz, you require 123.
Never ever back against a bad sleeper. Oh, sorry, a good sleeper. Some of the best players in the history of this
55.
game have been excellent
Scott, you
sleepers.
require 114.
Options here. Seen many players going for 19s on this, but Scott's going to stay with the 60 but not get it.
$66.
That was a bit messy.
Chaz, you require 68.
Missed single. However, does it matter? Double 12 for Chaz.
56.
Another dart at a double
Scott,
high
you
in the board
require
that has gone
48.
so low that it might as well have gone limbo dancing.
And again, that's the target that Scott was going for, but takes his time. Wasn't quite where he would have wanted
Game
it,
shot
but
on the
that
fourth
is
leg.
where he would have wanted it,
Scott
and that's the
Taylor.
3-1 lead.
I'm starting to try and read Scott. Is he playing for Saturday
Fifth leg,
night?
it's Scott to throw
Or is he
first.
playing for a couple of
Game
days
on.
off? Is he playing for both? Tops the table today. He will get both.
Yeah, and you know yourself
97.
as well, when you are away and staying in a hotel as well, it's not always that comfortable. It's hard to get a good night's sleep. Some people really don't like it. They like the
125.
comforts of home, which is understandable. And say this will be 2 weeks, but for Scott Taylor,
When you're on tour, Laura,
140.
what never leaves the suitcase? What are the home comforts that you take with you? Because everybody's got them.
yeah, no, I don't take anything.
100.
You don't take your own tea bags?
No. No. Sometimes I will occasionally, depending on where we're going, take my own pillow.
That's a great idea.
136.
That's something that Colin Lloyd used to do. Kirk Shepherd as well used to do that when he was playing on tour.
59. Scott, you require 128.
6 darts from here to be top of the table on his own. Only
Game,
needed the
shot,
3.
And the match.
That is not
Scott
just a good
Taylor.
victory, but he has given himself a little bit of leeway with the leg difference as well. He'll go to plus 23, but more vitally, 20 points. With 4 games to go in Group A, he has got 2 more points than he got all week in Group A last time around. A great campaign, but it's only just getting started. He's got that big game with Sykes in Game 4, and before we get to that, we've got a matter of Crabtree against Bolton next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Taylor has taken a vice-like grip on that first spot through to Champions Night on Saturday, getting the better of Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 1. Finishing off a 1-2-8 checkout on the back of a 12 dart leg. He now has a 2-point lead over Tom Sykes, and the pair go toe-to-toe in game 4, so there could be a 4-point gap between the pair. Well, Andy Bolton is the best of the rest as far as this group is concerned. He's 3rd in the league standings, and he takes on Cam Crabtree, who, well, he's shown us signs of that 105 average that his game is there, but hasn't quite shown it on the consistent enough basis that he would have liked. As far as the X Factor is concerned, the 50-year-old who made it to the last 16 of the World Championships, his career best, he's hoping to add a big televised title to his resume here at the Live Lounge on Saturday evening. It'd be quite the accomplishment for that man, the 20-year-old from Croydon, Cam Crabtree, if he was to win his first TV title on Saturday evening. Right, let's get into this one then. It's the race for Group B, and it's going to be watched by Laura Turner
First leg,
and
it's
Paul
Cam to
Nicholson.
throw first. Game on.
The man in the chairman's chair at the minute is Andy Bolton. He has a nice little cushion as he sits in 3rd position. 10 points and a leg difference,
137.
which is 12 legs ahead of his next 2 challengers, Jones and Barstow. As it stands, Crabtree
100.
is at the foot of the table. Speaking to him briefly this morning, he is very philosophical about the last couple of days, and
96.
his statement for me proves that the younger generation are just a little bit smarter than we were when we were 20. He said, well, you don't win the tournament on a Monday or a Tuesday, do you?
80.
He's way ahead of time. Really encouraging for this young man who everybody likes.
Yeah, and it's very, very true.
58.
Perhaps for Cam, obviously having those kind of first couple of days where he hasn't performed it like how he would have wanted to, having a couple more days on the hockey could be very beneficial for him if he can
140.
pick up his game for Group C.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic that we've got this week
174.
with who's playing where, but that's a wonderful visit there from Cam. Group C this week is Gary Stone, Ryan Harrington,
140.
and
Can
John
you
O'Shea.
record 36. Game shot on the
That is a
first leg.
13-dart hold for Cam
Crabtree.
Crabtree. He hasn't started that strongly at any point this week.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Make no mistake, there are players who come into situations like this and they think, as long as I'm playing in Champions Week,
140.
whether it's Group C or Group B, I'm not bothered. If you were to ask Andy right now, his answer would be very, very different. He wants Group B
137.
badly. He does not want to let this slip.
Yeah, you mentioned before he's already found himself in Group C and not been able to find a route out of it. And it is a
99.
tough group. They're all tough this week.
Aren't they just? Group B this week, Darren Webster,
140.
who lost out to Tom Sykes in his week, Ron Meulenkamp, and Reece Colley, who won a couple of weeks ago. Not easy, but you'd much rather be in a 5-person group with 3 spots
58.
up for grabs. It's not about the personnel, it's about the opportunity that's on offer.
Yeah, there's a higher probability of getting through, and that's the ultimate goal. And
57.
I find this quite interesting because Cam Crabtree, arguably his best matches this week have all come against Andy Bolton. We were kind of saying, you mentioned it could be the pace of Andy that really does
100.
suit
Can
Cam
you
Crabtree,
record
but had that
167?
105 on day one. Did lose, but only narrowly yesterday, 4-3.
I'd like to paraphrase you, Laura, because this is something you said a couple of days ago.
47.
Tell me why.
And you require 104.
Why is he playing his best darts against Bolton?
Yeah, don't know. It's just sometimes you do have those players you can just really up your game against.
56.
It's just that
Can
extra
you require
time,
120.
perhaps, that he's just got to prepare before he releases a single. That leaves him tops, and this would be for a break.
90. And you require
He's
48.
done a Pat Mustard there. He's gone next door. Double top for Andy.
Game
He
shot
knocks on the right
second
door.
leg. Andy Bolton.
And it's open for 1-1. The ultimate shoulder shrugger.
Third leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we know when Andy's feeling good, we get a wiggle, we get a little jiggle up there, don't we?
I want, and someone's going to have to make this for me, by the way. I want an Andy Bolton figurine that dances, just like that.
You get one of those little bobbleheads, couldn't you? Like, that moves side to side.
Yeah, exactly. I want an Andy Bolton bobblehead. Do we get bobbleheads in darts? You get them in ice hockey. I think you get them in American football and baseball.
93.
No, I have seen a few dark characters, but I'm pretty sure they're not. I don't think their heads bobble.
Well, who would be the most collectible bobblehead in darts? I know there were certain shiny stickers that were almost impossible to find in the 1980s and 90s. I remember when I was about 5 or 6, nobody could get a hold of a Manchester United shiny. But if you wanted a bobblehead, which one would you want? I mean, Peter Wright one would be pretty spectacular.
Oh, they'd all be quite funny. You could just have a Premier League lineup
96.
of bobbleheads. But you know what would happen? You just want to collect them all. It's I don't know what you like. I like to finish a collection.
I'd have a Scott Williams one with yellow shoes, Rupert
99.
pants, and a black and yellow shirt.
You could even extend it then, couldn't you? You could have the Peter Wright Christmas version dressed as the Grinch and
94.
the opportunities are endless. We just
Marketing idea has got legs, just like the game of darts. Now, Peter Wright is the only dart player that I know of who has his own Lego piece.
58. Cam, you require
I don't
160.
think anybody else has had one. 160's on. Tops.
120.
And misses it again.
And you require 112.
After missing the 120 in the previous leg. And now the 160. Does he pay the price for both?
80. Cam, you require 40.
Looks like Andy got an ice cream headache from that shot. Might just be a headache if Cam hits this.
20.
That's a tricky shot for him. His darts lie very
and
flat.
you require
If
32.
he goes high on tops, he does cover a lot of the bed. Andy's got no problems down here. Or maybe he has.
Game shot on the
Silly
third
question.
leg.
Silly
Andy
statement.
Bolton.
Because it is a break of throw for X Factor.
Fourth leg, it's Andy
If he
to throw
wins this
first.
match,
Game on.
he will go to 12 points and 6 points ahead of Barstow and Jones with 4 matches remaining.
96.
He could still be caught. But he'd have to lose all of his games for the rest of the day, which doesn't seem likely.
100.
No, I agree. Playing at the level that he expects him to, around the 91.5 mark at the moment.
140.
Threatening there for the first 180. I know you mentioned we've had 40 each day so far, but not yet seen one today.
92.
Andy would usually go for the 19s on that 265, but based on Cam's position in the leg, he's decided not to. Or did he think he had a different number?
Yeah, the hesitation there makes me think perhaps that wasn't quite the plan, but
134.
hey, he's adjusted well. It's paid off.
Well, there you go. Give someone a plan C.
59.
And it was
you
executed.
require 131.
He's got 6 darts from here to have a similar lead as Scott Taylor had in the previous match.
49.
He was able to get it done 4-1. So far today, nothing but holds of throw in matches.
95.
Because yesterday,
and you require 82.
the majority of the games are won against the darts. In fact, only 2 games yesterday went with the darts.
62.
Just think about that for a second.
Cam, you require
15 games yesterday, and 13 of them, I beg your pardon, it was 12. 12 were won with the throw. I can't ever remember that happening.
when you think
131. And you
the
require
ones that actually held the
20.
throw were, it was just Tom Sykes and Scott Taylor.
Double five. That would have been the second time in the match
No
that fives
score.
had been hit.
Cam, you require 24.
Crabtree is looking to go next door on
Game
fives and
shot on the
gets
fourth lay.
2-2 in this
Crabtree.
game, which I have to agree with his facial expression. This is a bit of a weird game.
Fifth leg, it's Cam
Yeah,
to
but
throw first.
Cam, that's a break
Game
back,
on.
and Bolton's needs to find another way through. Yeah, Crabtree has been unlucky. Missed the 160 on tops, missed the 120 on tops. I guess could have actually seen this match out 4-0.
140.
4-0 was the result he got over Andy Bolton on Monday.
Are there any romantic songs, Laura, that you could attribute to darts?
61.
Because I've got one.
Go on, you go first. Let me think.
Wicked Game by Chris Isaac. That is an elite level music video as well,
134.
with Helena Christensen and Chris Isaac on the beach in black and white. I could watch that all day long.
Yeah, come back to me. I'm sure there must be some.
180.
And there is the first 180 of the match, but also of the day.
Yeah, well said. We've waited until game 3 to get our first maximum.
140.
And if we are going to get 40 180s today, again, well, they're going to have to go great guns from here.
Yeah, I can only think of puns on
60.
romantic songs. We could have My
Can you
Dart Will
require
Go On or
87?
something, but
I'm sure our watchers out there
37.
will give us some clues. At MSet Starts on X, get it over to us. What's your favourite romantic song that could be related to the art of the dart? Hope you all have a very pleasant Valentine's
60.
Day, whatever you're doing.
Cam, you require 50.
Andy's not feeling the love right now. Double 16. He got there eventually, and he gives the dart a bit of a kiss.
34.
Didn't kiss him back.
And you require
it's funny.
140.
We see that from players from time to time.
Yeah, Phil Taylor didn't used to kiss his flights, he used to bite them. Stay. Give it a chance.
100.
It was a really good try from Andy, that.
Cam, you require 16.
I think he expected that second dart just to sit underneath it, and it just went about a millimetre
Game
or
shot on
two
the
too
fifth
high.
lay. Cam Crabtree.
What is happening here today? The script has been shredded so far, but
Sixth leg,
nobody
it's Andy to throw first.
has had the
Game
final
on.
stop on this game yet. Can Crabtree get in amongst what could be an unlikely race for third spot in the table?
60.
Henry did mention yesterday, Cam perhaps wasn't quite feeling 100% either at the beginning of the week, and definitely playing at a better level today.
140. $100.
Solid. Just wonder how his shoulder's going to hold up this week. If you have got any sort of soreness or tightness
140.
in any part of your body, managing your schedule is going to be really, really important. Not just for this week, but for anybody this year.
96.
Congratulations to Gary Anderson, who won Players' Championship 2 yesterday, beating Ryan Searle in his second consecutive final of the week. Didn't Gary play well yesterday?
57.
Oh, outstanding. That peaked at a 117, but yeah, very, very high standard throughout the day. And also, you kind of got to say commiserations yet congratulations to Searle, because he's put on
60.
some massive performances
Can you require
himself. Just
164.
found himself up against it in that final match.
Yeah, it's not a bad chunk of money on his order of merit to start the season, especially when he's got new darts and everything like that. So a very solid start for Ryan. But Anderson's
56.
117 plus average yesterday was a personal best. So there is the proof. He might just be getting started again.
Yeah, and to me, it's the proof about what we've talked about, the longevity within
140.
darts. You've got
Cam, you require
17-year-old Luke
108.
Littler winning the first one, 53-year-old Gary Anderson the second.
We were not showered with
56.
4-3s yesterday.
And you require 45.
We did get 3 of them. This could be the first. And then again, it
29.
might not. Crabtree
required
to join
52.
Jones and Barstow on 6 points and to be only 4 points behind his opponent in this game. Now, one of the benefits of missing tops by that margin is that he can still get the second one underneath. And he does win by 4 legs to 2. It's a decent performance as well. He's put in a 92 plus average there with 4 out of 12 on the doubles, which is around about what he's been doing for the week, or slightly under. But Andy Bolton will be ruining missed opportunities. He missed 9 darts at double in that contest, and now his participation in Group B just has the tiniest bit of doubt. When we come back, it's the game that everybody was talking about overnight. Tom Sykes against Taylor. Could it signify who goes through this group? Well, we'll find out after the break.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. This is the MODUS Super Series, and by the end of play today, we're going to know the first player through to Champions Night on Saturday evening. Before the break, we saw Cam Crabtree get the better of Andy Bolton to keep the race for Group B alive. But it's all about the battle of the top now as Scott Taylor and Tom Sykes go toe to toe. Already this morning, we've seen Scott Taylor build up a lead. Both players were level on 18 points overnight. Tom Sykes lost his first game. Scott Taylor won his opening match. So a win for the man from Bolton. We're moving 4 points clear at the top of the table. And with 6 points left to play for, we'll put himself in a great position. If Tom Sykes wins this one, we are back to as we were. Watching this one in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
And to be more precise, Henry, if Sykes was to win this game on the throw by 4 legs to 2...
54.
They would have the same amount of points and the same leg difference and the same legs won
180.
Now, I know that could possibly happen here. But if you look at the patterns of play in round 1,
134.
Taylor was much better. 94 average for him in a 4-1 victory over Barstow.
140.
There was 5 perfect darts in right there. Whereas Sykes just didn't seem to get out of the traps. Will he possibly improve in this game? I think he already has.
Yeah, it feels slightly inevitable, but almost feels like Scott Taylor was making his move very early.
40.
He knows
Tommy
he needs to find a breaker throw, and he did
133.
lose his opening on opening day to Tom Sykes. You just have to wonder how important is
93.
having the throw
Scott
going to be
Uruguay,
in this match.
141.
Well, this time,
170.
Scott Taylor does find the bullseye.
Tommy
That's his
Uruguay,
3rd attempt of the
40.
day. But it's not to finish the leg. This is to finish the leg.
Game shot on
Great
the
shot.
first leg. Tom Sykes.
And when it's on the third dart, it just gives you a little bit of confidence that maybe
Second
later
leg,
in the
Scott
match,
to
you've
throw
got to
first.
do that
Game
again.
on.
I've done it before.
Yeah, I don't know what you think. I thought that opening match for Sykes against Jones, it just felt a bit edgy.
140.
Maybe he sensed that opportunity, wants to hold on to top spot, but this feels much more back to what we've seen from Tom so far this week.
58.
And if I was to sit down and have a chat with Tom right now and talk about what he wants to do in the future as a pro dart player, get used to living on the edge.
58.
You know what it's like, Laura. You go on tour, you're pretty much on edge since the first second you leave the house
125.
until you get back.
Yeah,
It never leaves you.
it doesn't, and I think I've got worse as I've got older because it's like you say when you leave the house. But for me, it's like, right, do I have airport parking? Do I have tickets? Have I
59.
actually entered the tournament? I double check for probably the 5th time just to make sure my name is in it before I fly to wherever I fly to.
Probably not a bad thing to do considering what happened to Mark Walsh
43.
once. When he went all the way to Las Vegas and he hadn't been entered in the tournament.
Yeah, it's happened to a few players over the years.
140.
By the way, I do have the exact antithesis of that. Somebody who was not entered to a tournament in the same town that they lived in. Colin Osborne was living in Derby, turned up for the tournament on the
44.
Saturday
Scott
and hadn't been
Uruguay,
entered,
104.
and he walked to the venue. How infuriating must that be?
Yeah, I guess if I was going to
48.
have some free time anywhere in the world, Las Vegas possibly wouldn't have been the worst place to have been.
Yeah, I'm not sure Mark saw it that way. He's
63.
playing well at the time as well.
Scott Uruguay, 56.
56 for an equaliser. They could barely be separated in the
Game
first
shot on
couple of
the second
days, and they
leg.
cannot be
Scott
separated
Taylor.
in the first 2 legs here.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first.
17
Game
dart leg
on.
there from Scott.
$60.
This is Tom Sykes' 3rd week playing here at the Super Series. Every week he's played, he's improved.
84.
But I think it's days like today where his progression will be felt by him more.
140.
Putting himself into situations like this where he's trying to succeed against players who are perceived to have more experience and sometimes more skill.
43.
To get better, you have to beat players who've been there before and done it. And this is the perfect time
85.
for Tom to find out where he stands.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. This is the business end of Group A, and this is, as we say, you've got to hold it all together.
I
100.
think weeks like this, I like to compare them to a very delicious dessert.
180.
It's going to be like a panna cotta. There's going to be an odd wobble.
171.
Very, very
Tommy
sturdy
Ricard,
scoring in the last 6
36.
darts, though. That's
Game shot on the
encouraging. That's a
third leg.
13 dart leg.
Tom
The
Sykes.
best we've seen from Sykes today. That looked
Fourth
very
leg, Scott to
assured.
throw first. Game on.
He must protect his throw in this game if he wants to get level again on 20 points.
140.
Yeah, it's a real step up from that opening performance for Sykes.
85.
Is there a different mindset for these two today because they know they're guaranteed at worst to be in Group B?
64.
Is that any sort of consolation, or they're just so gung-ho about getting through to Saturday night that they haven't even thought about it?
I would say from the body language, I would say
97.
it's all about getting through getting through top of the table here at Group A and having a couple of days off.
Scott Taylor was to win this group throughout today. He would be the
58.
second consecutive player to have won Week 12 to win Group A in Champions Week, because your own mate did the last time we were here a few months ago.
96.
Subsequently, he did not spend a great deal of time at Champions Night. He was out before the semi-finals.
119.
This is where Sykes is thinking, get to 90.
133. Scott, you require 120.
Promise you, I didn't know that was going to happen. It's what he wanted to happen. However, tops for Taylor.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Very,
Scott
very
Taylor.
good. This game is going up a notch now.
Start calling you kind of
Fifth leg, it's
Nostradamus
Tom to
Nicholson
throw
or
first.
something.
Game
Oh,
on.
I like that. Going to call Scott Tinker Taylor Soldier Spy.
134.
But he has had this proclivity this week of
99.
finishing games off with strength. Staying in the close ones and then accelerating towards the end. Could this be the best game they've had this
180.
week? I wonder.
Yeah, really is solid stuff from both. You get the sense that Sykes he's really understanding the importance, as we said before, of
97.
holding his throat.
They're both averaging over 100 in the first 4 legs. But if it is to be better than Monday's,
137.
there'd have to be something extra special from here. That was the game that Sykes put in that 109.82 average. And let us not forget
126.
that if you're going to beat
Tommy
Scott
require
Taylor,
50.
you must average over 102 based on information that we have.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Tom Sykes.
And guess what he's doing? 102.14. And he's winning against Scott
Sixth
Taylor.
leg, it's
So,
Scott to throw first.
follow the
Game
plan.
on.
Yep, it seems to be working so far. And a lot of players, I think, in this kind of
100.
circumstance, they may fluff their lines, but Scott Taylor, when he finds himself behind, he just seems to find that extra gear.
140.
What did we say at the start of the game? If it's 4-2 to Sykes, they will be level on points, leg difference, and legs won.
91.
Then it must go on, perhaps, win record. And it would, if it does go 4-2 Sykes, it will be Sykes that perhaps tops that
100.
table.
Yeah, Laura makes a great point. Because if they can't be separated in a whole heap of metrics, if it can't be
140.
separated on points, leg difference, legs won, it has to be head-to-head next, which would be the winner of this game.
100. Scott, you require 170.
It's usually at that point your commentary
83.
colleague Stuart Pike would say,
Tommy require
no, he can't.
161.
No, he can't get the 161. But I guarantee you Scott Taylor could definitely get 87.
53. Scott, you require 87.
Yeah, big moment in the match. Single for the ball.
62.
That bullseye
Tommy
has cost
require
him
108.
a few shots already. Does it cost him the match? Double 16, it's huge.
76.
What a chance.
Scott, you required 25.
Is that going to be his only chance to beat Scott Taylor?
Game shot on the
It
sick
might be
play.
the only one he
Scott
gets.
Taylor.
Because if he doesn't hold here, Taylor could stretch his lead to 4 points.
Seventh and final leg. It's Tom to throw
And with
first. Game
3
on.
games remaining for both players to the end of the session, that will be a mountain to climb
97.
for this young man from Yorkshire. Taylor's remaining games. He's got Cam Crabtree in game 8, Andy Bolton, and then he will finish against Wayne Jones.
43.
You could say he's got a lot of the hardest ones out the way.
99.
Yeah, but not the ideal start there for Scott Taylor. Couldn't pin down a treble.
Consolation for him, not that he will know, because when we were speaking to him yesterday, he didn't even know how close it was at the
100.
top of the table. And you know something? When I was talking to him, I didn't want to tell him. Because from the player's point of view, if he didn't want to know, I'm not going to
96.
tell him unless he asks.
No, I understand that. Certain players, they don't like to know the draw. They don't like to have that information. They just like to focus on it one game at a time.
100.
Like you say, you've got to respect it.
We're sitting on the fence here watching this from the outside.
59.
We want this to go as close as possible, but Taylor's consolation is that he's definitely going to be top going into round 3. But by a very, very
98.
tight margin.
Tommy required 150.
So Sykes is not going to take 150 out. Taylor hit this
88.
to win a match yesterday.
Scott, you require 160.
Can he do it again? He thought he could. He did that against Crabtree in game 11 yesterday.
122. Tommy requires 62.
He's had 1 dart to win the match by 4 legs to 2.
Game shot.
That second
and
match
the
start does
Tom Sykes.
get the win in the biggest game of the group. You can see what it means to him because he's now on level terms with Scott Taylor once again. He has not got to the top of the table. He's 1 leg short. However, he's still got 3 games to try and get there at the expense of his Bolton opponent. It was a great game of darts. And that snaps a streak because Scott Taylor has been beaten by an average, well, it's under 102 by around 5 points, but a very competitive match all the same. When we come back, Andy Bolton is trying to protect his 3rd position as he goes up against Wayne Jones.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Tom Sykes has picked up a huge 2 points before the break, getting the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 3. That now means the top two just cannot be separated. In fact, it's just a solitary leg on legs difference that is the difference between the pair. So Scott Taylor stays top of the table, but goodness me, it's going to be an almighty race towards the finishing line, that is for sure. Right, big game coming up here between Andy Bolton and Wayne Jones. Bolton lost his first game against Cam Crabtree in the race for Group B darts of Thursday and Friday night, respectively. If Wayne Jones wins this one, the next game between Chaz and Cam will make things very interesting indeed for Andy Bolton's next match against Tom Sykes. So this could be a little intriguing battle for Group B out of nowhere. Let's see how this one goes with Paul and Laura.
Yeah, I think you're right, Henry. If Andy was to slip up again against Wayne, then maybe we can open up the possibility that Andy could be caught. However,
First leg, it's Andy to
we
throw
will
first.
focus
Game on.
the other battle now, away from the top two for the next couple of matches. Intriguing that Sykes is now on plus 20 in leg difference. Taylor on plus 22. I wonder if that is going to be
97.
one interesting factor by the end of the day, because Tom Sykes finishes the campaign today against Crabtree in game 15. If he loses out by 1 or 2
100.
legs, it may just be because of that one match start he missed for 4-2 in that contest. Because what people tend to forget is that when you're up against another person
46.
like Sykes is with Taylor, when you take a leg, your leg difference goes plus, theirs goes minus at the same time. That does not happen when you're playing somebody else.
30.
Yeah, it's very fine margins, isn't it? And it really could come down to the wire.
Now that game's out of the way, who do you think's going to get through at this stage? Who has given you that tingle of, I think they're going to get it done? Because I think you started with Scott Taylor, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. But I've also I genuinely thought whoever came through that match, I think they are in the best position. I know that Tom obviously lost his opening match. It's going to be tight. I think it's going to come down to leg difference if they can both win the remainder of their matches throughout
96.
today. I'm going to edge towards Tom just because he's got that head-to-head record. But at the moment, it's very, very hard to call.
Yeah, I think it's a very logical call. The fact that he has that
60.
head-to-head record in his favour if he needs it. But he must get to at least the same points, same leg difference and legs won by the end of the day as Scott for that to count. As for Andy,
65.
a win in this game would get him to 12 points with 3 games to go. And that would be a 6-point cushion over Wayne. But it would only be
95.
a
Andy
4-point cushion
57.
over Crabtree or Barstow. So don't think his job is done if he wins this one.
Game shot on the first leg.
But the job is done
Andy
in the first
Bolton.
leg.
No, I think Andy will be more than aware.
Second leg, it's Wayne to throw first.
Again, just
Game
saw
on.
Andy in the background kind of stretching out that shoulder. And I do think, as you say, it's going to be quite important for him perhaps in terms of the campaign to get it into Group B, because in Group B as well, you obviously play
140.
slightly less games, which would be very much more helpful, I think, if you are carrying a slight niggle, an injury.
I do wonder on days like today how
140.
some people are feeling. We know that Chris Landman and Willie Borland are playing in European Tour qualifiers today, of which there will be 2.
60.
So good luck to those guys. They would have been here this week had they not got tour privileges. But somebody else, I suppose, should have been here. But Steve West
140.
is recovering from hip surgery. If you're watching, Steve, we hope you're well. Can't wait to see you soon. But the man who has hit 2
100.
9-darters in this building previously, Westy, also hit one on Valentine's Day 4 years ago in the PDC.
57.
These two have never really been noted for 9 darters or massive scoring. They're
81.
very
Andy
similar
Rickey,
players
164.
who, when they're playing well, tend to pound the 140 column and have really clinical doubling. Maybe the proof of that
100. Wayne
is
Rickey, 120.
Andy Bolton only got 1 180 from his first game, and Wayne didn't get any, even though he did win against Tom Sykes. Double top.
100. Andy requires 64.
As you say, a couple of old school players, and tops now required here for Bolton to stretch his lead to 2-0. Looking at tens. Taking his time, just that little wiggle that we quite often see from Bolton.
Game shot on the second leg.
Pre-shot wiggle.
Andy Bolton.
He just knew, didn't he?
He's the only person in World Darts who does it. And do you know what, Andy? Don't change.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw
We
first.
love you for it.
Game on.
Would you like to go a little bit back in time to see what happened on this darting day, Laura?
Yeah, why not?
There hasn't been a great deal happening on Valentine's Day in darts in the past.
59.
Michael van Gerwen won the Dutch Masters in 2016. And that was the day that Daryl Gurney got to his first PDC ranking final. That was in 2016.
135.
Your good friend Lorraine Winstanley won the Scottish Open in 2016 as well, beating Dieter Hedman in the final by 5 legs to 3.
Yeah, I think Lorraine's got quite a good record in Scotland, actually. You do tend to find that sometimes. You get tournaments that you really like and you feel comfortable in the setting.
140.
What was your kind of favourite place to play?
Always loved playing at the City West in Ireland. Good memories. Always had good people around me. Loved the double start format as well. There weren't many places I disliked. I think I'm at a point these days where I can
59.
be uber honest about some of the places and some of the people that I didn't like. But I really didn't like the Doncaster Dome. I didn't like that at all. Sorry, Kevin Painter. I know you won your Players
44.
Championship there, but I despised
Wayne
that place.
167.
No chance of the 167.
95.
One was good enough, but the next
Andy
two,
Rickey,
a little bit short.
158.
Andy will try and give us our second 158 of the week. The other one coming from Sykes.
Yeah, good start. Needs to follow it up and couldn't
98.
quite find the target
Wayne
on the
requires
second
72.
attempt. 72 here for Wayne, just to get a leg on the board.
2 6s for Wayne.
60.
Almost bust the score there. Double 10
Andy
would have brought him back to
requires
72, but he does fear for his chances in leg 3 here as Andy goes for 60. Doesn't have to move. And
50.
this time, he doesn't find the
Wayne
10s.
required 12.
Two 3s. Trapdoor time.
Game shot on the third leg.
Every time we're
Wayne
going down to
Jones.
double 3, it seems like they're hitting it.
Yeah, it's been hit far more than it's been missed when it's been left. And
Fourth leg, it's Wayne to
I
throw
think most players will
first.
say it's
Game on.
awkward, right at the bottom of the board. And there's that fear, isn't there? You don't want to be going into the 3. You don't want the option of 1 double 1.
You see, about darting locations that people
85.
don't like. Double 3 is a location that not many people like.
Yeah, I think the only one I know that possibly does quite enjoy it is Richard Ashton.
140.
I once played a fun game with Richard at a European Tour event. We were playing pairs. It was me and Chris Murphy versus Dan Dawson and Richard Ashton.
140.
Or was I playing with Richard? I think I might have been playing with Richard actually against the other two. And I had 186 left. 2 treble 20s, and he just said over my
140.
shoulder while I was in rhythm, leave me double 3. And I thought, well, I hit the 180. somewhat fortuitously. And he hit the double three with the first dart.
100.
And you think reputation on certain things isn't just born out of desire. It's born out of something that happens. It is genuinely his favourite double.
140.
Absolutely.
That's a bit like Johnny Clayton. His favourite double is double one. I don't know why, but it is.
Yes, as short as probably Ryan Joyce
And
hitting
you require
32.
81.
Double 18.
Game
And that's
shot on the
more
fourth
like
leg.
it. 11 darter
Andy
from Bolton. Gives him that two-leg cushion back. And that did look as about
Fifth leg,
assured
Andy
as
to
a double
throw
16
first.
for Ryan
Game on.
Joyce, which is about as sure a thing in darts as you can get.
96.
Don't forget you can get in touch with us today at MSS Darts on social media. Give our profiles a bit of a look today and hit that follow or
100.
subscribe button if you can. There's some great content on our YouTube channel at the minute, especially the Heavy Darts Challenge from last week, which was a bit of a lark.
180.
That's a heavy hit from Bolton as he inches closer to his first win of the day. And at the end of this game, it's
100.
already 5 games gone. Where's today going?
Yeah, absolutely flying through. But yeah, that a win for Bolton. Just puts in that
58.
extra step into Group B.
He's at the 2/3 point here, is Andy. Nobody's ever had the
100.
perfect
Andy
9
require
dart leg with
167.
3 of these. Maybe one day. Now Wayne's been left bereft by this game.
40.
Even though he's averaged 94, which is one of his best performances of the week, he's being left behind.
100. Andy require
I do question that last dart,
127.
though. He really should be going for the bullseye with it.
Yeah, just leaves you on a 2-dart checkout. Still need the treble, but I think that's
87.
what we see from
Wayne, you
players
require
now.
101.
Just those small changes.
I do think you can teach an old dog new tricks. But some of the old tricks are the best. There you go.
Shot on the 5th leg.
Classic Wayne Jones.
Wayne Jones.
Loves a double 16. And he didn't go the prescribed route of the modern
6th
dart
leg, it's
player,
Wayne to
but
throw
still
first.
takes
Game on.
201 in 6.
Yeah, a bit of a look there from Andy Bolton, who possibly would have thought he could have been back in the practice room right now. Wayne Jones
60.
got other ideas.
Well, what we've just had is something you don't see very often. 5-ton leg.
100.
Because people don't go on 201 for a ton anymore. They go for 105 plus. And I was wondering why Andy Bolton gave him the old fist pump when it went to 3-2.
41.
Because Andy recognised that was what's called a red pen leg. If you don't know what we mean by that, it's because in Super League darts in the United
55.
Kingdom and in Australia for that matter, when you record legs, if you get a ton score or more, it gets red pen. If you don't, it's black pen. So if you have red all the way through, it's called a red pen leg.
41.
Do you kind of subscribe to the idea of having the green pen for a 180? We had that for a while.
Is that a fact? Look at you fancy Surrey and Hampshire people with your green pen.
58.
Did you have one of those 4-colour pen things?
I still do.
I've got to get some different coloured ink for my pen. So
100.
what other colour did you have? And why did you use it?
No, it was what, in my pen? Or no, okay, so the other one would have been, what is the 4th colour?
Blue.
180.
Wayne will be feeling blue if Andy clicks this game away by 4 legs to 2. That sounds like a rhyme.
87.
You're a poet and you
Andy
didn't know it.
require 108.
You sound like Monica from Friends when he said that.
60.
Yeah, I've got a cupboard like Monica from Friends as well. Do not open it.
You weren't talking about the kitchen cupboard as well. What was the rhyme? Monica and Rachel had syrup.
140.
Now I've got to get my
And
man
you
to cheer
required
up.
48.
Well, they might be talking about Wayne.
Game, shot,
Because it's Wayne
and the
that
match,
needs cheering
Andy
up.
Bolton.
A 4-2 win for Bolton, and that really does put him close to getting Group B action. He's on 12 points now, and his leg difference is still -1. But with 3 games to go, Wayne Jones is 6 points behind his opponent from that match. It means that Group C action for him will be extremely likely, so he can plan for a 1 o'clock start on Thursday and Friday. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about that race with Barstow and Crabtree.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Andy Bolton strengthened his grip on Group B darts on Thursday and Friday night, respectively, getting the better of Wayne Jones by 4 legs to 2, which makes this game between Chaz Barstow and Cam Crabtree a must-win game for the pair. The winner of this one will just stay on the coattails of Andy Bolton a little bit. The loser, we can pretty much confirm, will be playing the afternoon stint on Thursday and Friday, respectively. Right, let's watch this one. It's the final game from the second round of matches, and it's being watched by Lord Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Everything is going with the darts so far, and that means that Barstow is now in the hot seat to try and keep that streak alive.
Game on.
However, he's up against someone who's already won today, but if Barstow does win, we have everybody getting a win in the first 6 matches.
44.
Interesting times ahead, but somebody's about to get to 8 points. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, I think like every match this week, pretty difficult to
57.
to call. It's very tight between the bottom 3.
Just been having a little glance at social media as well.
140.
Someone came up with a great Valentine's Day song. Total Eclipse of John Part.
59.
And I think it was last week where Matthew Edgar said something along the lines of,
43.
don't go breaking John Part. What is it with all the Valentine's Day songs associated with Darth Mabel?
Would have associated him more with yesterday. Maple syrup pancake day.
180.
Oh, an open goal missed by us. I wonder how many Canadians we're going to get in the next series. I wonder. Will Jacob Taylor come back, the Las Vegas Open champion?
122. Chaz, you
Some
require
other Canadians back?
155.
I think we might, you know.
It'll be nice. Got the option of seeing someone like Jeff Smith, perhaps.
58. Cam, you require 83.
66 remain. Now it's the bull for Cam.
47.
If you're going to miss, you might as well
Chaz,
leave
you
yourself a
require
double of 3
97.
darts, if indeed you get a shot. Double 19 tops. And he does get a shot.
73.
How many times does
Cam,
that
you
happen?
require 36.
You go for the double-double, you miss it, and then you get the treble, the dart after.
I was thinking exactly the same. It happens a lot.
27. Chaz, you require 24.
Double 12.
Game
No
shot on the
dramas
first
for
leg.
Chaz.
Chaz Barstow.
Yeah, much better there from Chaz. We saw in that opening
Second leg,
match.
it's Cam to throw
He
first.
did have an opportunity, especially if it
Game
was a
on.
combination finish. Tended to, a couple of the instances, it really did drop.
86.
I know I'm going away from everything that's relevant right now, but I've come up with a really good
100.
question.
Unlike
If you were going to have a lineup on Strictly, and they were going to be dart players, would Barstow be in your list?
140.
Because he'd have to do the cha-cha-chas.
Very good. Yeah, I'm going to think of everyone with darting,
84.
dancing names. I do remember growing up and when people used to ask me where I was going and I was like, yeah, I'm going to darts. And they're like, oh, you dance? I'm like, no.
59.
No, you don't want to see me dance, although I still would love I'd love to have a go at Strictly.
Sometimes you've got to be a bit more fluid
96.
with how you're perceived. When I went through immigration at Buffalo, New York, driving from Canada to Pittsburgh,
85.
I had to say what I did in an American accent just so they would understand what I do. I've told this story before. But they say, well, what do you do for a living when you're in
82.
England? I said,
Cam, you
I play
require
darts for a living.
131.
And they said, you do what? So I had to say it in American, I play darts. And then the next line I will never forget because I found it very offensive. He said, you can make a living at that.
61. Chaz, you require 139.
That's why I don't like the Buffalo Bills. But I like 139s. And
Game
so does
shot on the
Chaz
second
Barstow.
leg. Chaz Barstow.
He missed that a little bit earlier on tops, but he's got it this time for 2-0.
Third leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, good 15 dart breaker throw there from Chaz Barstow.
So if you were going to have a Strictly lineup, let's give you, I don't know,
57.
4 dart players that you would put on Strictly. Who would you have?
Joe Cullen,
58.
feel mean not to include the likes of, say, Devon and Dimitri, just because they do like a little dance on the stage, and perhaps we could chuck in a bit of Peter Wright.
180.
Oh, that's been well chucked right there. First name on my list, Colin Lloyd.
134.
He can dance. He's even got his own hashtag from back when he was playing darts. Do the Lloydie. Because he had his own
100.
finger-pointing dance. If you ever speak to Colin, just ask him to do the Lloydie and he'll do it for you.
That will be my first. That's going to be the first thing I ask him when I see him
72.
next.
Chaz, you require 164.
We're asking a 164 of Chaz, but even though he hasn't taken it, he is firmly in command of this game.
44.
However, with that last dart, should he have gone for the bullseye?
Yeah, perhaps 120 isn't the worst leave in the world, but
95.
had an opportunity
Judge
there to
require
just do a bit more with it.
120.
He's not going to take the 120 either.
80.
But the fact
Can
that
you
he is
require
allowed to make these
142?
mistakes, it's telling us that maybe Crabtree is having one of those off games that we have
82.
seen here this
Judge
week.
require 40.
Double 10.
30.
Chances missed
Can you require 60?
for a very cushy 3-0 lead. And we know there's going to be nothing in the way of tops here. He had one of these earlier to win a match. Well above is better than close.
20.
Nowhere near, unfortunately.
Judge
He sees the
required
brighter
10.
side of it. You might see the darker side of it after this shot. Twos
6.
sometimes lose.
Can you require 40?
Yeah, another chance here for Crabtree. Really is having some doubling
30.
difficulty. Cam Crabtree. He's had 9
Judge
attempts at the
required
outer ring,
4.
hasn't actually converted one.
Barstow goes 4-2s this time.
Game
And does
shot on the
find it
third
for
low.
3-0 eventually.
Chance Barstow.
Is this
Fourth leg,
just a
it's Cam to
symptom
throw
of two
first.
players who know
Game
they're not
on.
going to win this group? And in most likelihoods, not going to make Group B.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen, but
140.
I don't know, for me, it just comes back to whenever Crabtree just seems to play Bolton, he just finds another gear. Just hasn't been able to replicate that against the rest of the field consistently enough as Chaz hits his second 180 of the match.
Yeah, 3 in this game. Not bad at all. We had 2 in our previous match and 4
134.
in that game between Sykes and Taylor. That so far today is the best effort. However,
140.
lining him up for it as well. I was hoping he was going to give us a crack at another Champions Week 9 darter.
60.
We've heard from Gary Stone on social media today as well.
45.
He's finished his
Can you
deliveries
require
for the day and he's on his way down
167?
to Portsmouth. We'll see him tomorrow.
97.
He's actually trying to do something
Judge
different this
require
week. He's not trying
136.
to deliver a parcel, he's trying to collect one here in Portsmouth to take it home with him. 80 confirmed
96.
and tops
Can you
confirmed
require
if
70?
Cam does not hit this shot.
He needs a single. Double 16.
54.
More doubling trouble for Cam
Judge
Crabtree.
required 40.
This is for a 6th game today that has gone with the darts. In a row. Even though he's 3-0 up
20.
and may get
Cam,
more
you require
chances, that
60.
still hurts.
Yeah, I think he mouthed old Chaz to himself.
Game shot on the fourth
Yeah,
leg.
and that
Cam
is the
Crabtree.
consequence. Cam Crabtree does get a leg on the board.
What would you like in that feeling too when you've got tops with 2 darts and
Fifth
you
leg,
hit
it's
a 1?
chance to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes you don't mind it when you've hit it with the first one. At least you can try and get out of it. But with only 1 dart left, nobody can take 39 in this format. It's a bit like going through
140.
a maze, being maybe 2 yards away from the door, but there's a hedge in the way.
96.
Yeah, exactly that. It's very frustrating.
What's the one thing that frustrates you the most in life, Laura?
100.
What's the thing that gets your goat?
We haven't got quite enough time left for today, I think, to run through a list. Yeah.
Is there anything in darts that really gets your goat?
Yeah, I think,
46.
I don't know, maybe I'm still a bit old school. Etiquette, we obviously see it, which is wonderful, this whole influx of players that are coming into the sport, but perhaps haven't been around dart players. So
140.
chalkers that turn around and look at me in the face when I'm throwing, it's one of those things. It just puts me off. It makes me jump. So then my dart goes nowhere near, and then that becomes a thing in my head. And perhaps I should be able to move past it. But yeah, things like that. And Also, the other thing, it's a real bugbear.
85.
Look, you've got me going now. Real bugbear is just the fact that when you're going for the ball, the first name player normally goes for the ball first. When they keep going round and wanting to keep practicing and don't stop and shake your hand, just things like that.
I think they are two very legitimate bugbears. Whereas we've got two players on the stage at the minute who are looking at the brighter side of life by the looks of it. Just waiting for correction in the score. We do thank you for your patience. These two will know each other fairly well. They've spent a great deal of time here at Portsmouth together. And I'm sure they have played in many different competitions together because they're not that far apart. Only a couple of counties between Surrey and Winchester, where is Hampshire, of course. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson. This is Laura Turner. And what have you made so far of today, Laura? What has been the big story?
Yeah, I think initially I was going to say Tom Sykes losing that opening match. That was a bit of a shock, losing to Wayne Jones. It was a clash between top and bottom, and one that you would have expected Tom to have won. But then to come back in the way that he did against Scott Taylor, take that win, I think it's just kept everything very much alive, very much interesting for us.
How good was the performance of Sykes when he beat Scott Taylor by 4-3?
It was very good. I think it's one of those games that could have easily got away from him. I just very assured performance. Looked a bit edgy in the opener, and I can understand why he wants to hold at the top of the table. But yeah, against Taylor, I think much better.
Charge you require 121.
Ready to get back to the action? So let's go down to Charlie Costerfield, the referee, and Chaz Barstow, who was looking for 121
83.
there. And how ironic that he's found double 2 there. Because he wanted to leave himself on tops, not double 19.
96. Charge you require 38.
However, it is a match-winning chance. How does he find that?
No score.
Oh.
He doesn't.
Yeah, I know Chaz does tend to go for the double, but with Cam back on 178, was an option there to perhaps
94. Charge you
hit
require
the 6, make
38.
the split.
He's going to continue to go for it.
19.
Well,
Can
well,
we require
well.
84?
He's had a bucket full of darts to get this game won. Bullseye for Cam.
59.
Now Chaz has to
Chaz
split.
require
He doesn't have an
19.
option. Double 1. He didn't want that. And he didn't
No
want that
score.
either.
Yeah, it's
Cam, you
almost a
require
case of
25.
really making sure not pulling into the 19, overcompensated.
2-8. Now 8.
Game shot.
And now it's 3-2.
Cam Crabtree.
I'm not an advocate for apologising, but every now and again, there's going to be a situation that I will understand it.
6th leg. It's Cam to throw first.
There's no
Game
way
on.
that Mr. Crabtree should still be throwing in this game, and he's been spending too much time with Andy Bolt.
Did you see that? I was going to say the same. That was a good shoulder shuffle.
All right, Cam.
46.
Maybe he should be in the lineup as well for Strictly.
I think we should do it here. Mini version of Strictly here in Portsmouth at the Live Lounge.
Well, one thing's for sure,
96.
both of these players have had a bit of trouble with their paso dobleing.
Spoken like a true Strictly fan.
100.
What's a paso doble?
Oh, it's that one where you get the kind of, I don't know, like a, I'm going to say a blanket. It's like this great big towel-y thing that they swing around. It's
Oh, I see.
very
58.
Spanish.
Very flamenco.
Yes.
One of those forgotten Geordie words. Flamenco.
58.
I'm more of an ice skating man myself. Although I can't stand dancing on ice. Sorry. I like figure skating where they've got to do the jumps.
96.
Nice little triple axel.
Yeah. The only jump that they do where it's front facing. All the other jumps are done backwards. Like the Salchow,
100.
the Lutz, the toe loop.
Yeah, I just picked out pretty much the only move that I could think of.
81.
Triple axel is one of the most difficult jumps in the book. A lot of the men do
58.
quads now
Charge to
with the
require
backwards jumps, but nobody does a
170.
quad axle. Just a little bit too much. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody gets it.
105. Cam, you require 139.
This would take us all the way, somehow.
Yeah, we saw Charles hit it earlier on in the match, but not to be for Cam Crabtree.
We've had a lot of darts to double in this match.
Charge to require
34 of them
65.
with 5 hits. Is Barstow about to win the game eventually? Double 10.
45. Cam, you
I'm not
require
ashamed to say I've
80.
actually lost count of how many match darts he's had.
Yeah,
He's
no-
missed 18 in the game.
yeah, and a lot have come at the back end. Got
70.
away with it again.
Charge to require 20.
Can he find double 10 this time? Double 5.
15.
My word.
Cam, you require 10.
It's at least 15, surely.
Yeah, and I imagine to Chaz it's going to feel like even more. That should be a good marker for Crabtree.
Got to go to the right.
5.
He went to the right, but it wasn't high
Charge to
enough.
require 5.
Double 2 again.
1.
Just not able to get
Cam,
over
you
the line.
require 5.
Can Crabtree show him what he couldn't find?
3.
He cannot, and he finds himself in the madhouse.
Charge
Does
to
Chaz
require
need
4.
that double, or will he eventually get this job done? He remains on 2s.
No score. Cam,
And
you
it's still
require
there.
2.
I know, and I think with Chaz, when that first dart lands, it makes it awkward. Just the way they sit in the board, just can't get it over the top.
Game shot on the
that's
sick
Cam
play.
Crabtree
Cam
finding the double.
Crabtree.
Well, this is officially the weirdest game of the week. We've had 52
Seventh and
darts at a
final leg.
double.
It's Chaz to throw first.
In this game.
on.
I'll be honest, this is reminiscent of something that perhaps I would have played in recently.
83.
Just proving that darts is played by humans. I don't know if you ever caught that footage a few years ago of the 16th hole
96.
at the Waste Management Open in Phoenix, Arizona, where they had a robot that could swing a golf club, and it had a hole-in-one. And
65.
at that point you think, well, it's possible for a robot to be perfect in golf. Show me a robot that can play this game. We're a long way away from that.
32.
Oh, the advances in technology. I think you came up with a couple of good potential nicknames for anyone with the AI.
140.
Oh, artificial intelligence. Someone will have it.
60.
Actually, there's a guy who's celebrating his birthday today who actually does have a very good nickname. David Copley, known as the Dart Knight. So happy birthday,
96.
David.
Yeah, continuing that kind of theme of superheroes and villains. We've got Shazam on the stage. We've got the Joker to look
93.
forward
Charge
to.
require
Haven't we just?
117.
This game has been full of misses. At the end of it, we're going to have to tot up how many darts Chaz has missed a
93.
double for the match. Because it may be the most mismatched darts that we've ever had in a game
95.
here at the Super
Charge require
Series.
24.
But the most important thing is he gets more.
Game.
And there it
shot,
is. He
and
finally
match.
wins the game.
Chaz
He could have won it.
Barstow.
4-0, 4-1, 4-2, but eventually gets it 1-4-3. And how did he win the game? He won it with some rather under par stats. That's what he did. And remember, a long time ago when he took it 139. Well, that seems like a bit of a dream compared to what happened since then. But 30 darts at a double, and he does get the win by 4 legs to 3. He never allowed Crabtree to have a match dart, so well done for that. He goes to 8 points and is just behind Andy Bolton, who has 12. That's the end of 2 rounds of play. When we come back, it's back to the top as Bolton takes on Sykes, who needs to keep the pressure on Scott Taylor. Welcome back. It is time for Tom Sykes to see if he can indeed get to 22 points. As for Andy Bolton, a win in this game would not only be good for him, it would be good for Scott Taylor. And 14 points for Bolton would be good enough by the looks of it to get to Group B action, because that would put him 6 points ahead of Chaz Barstow, ahead of his next game, which will be against Wayne Jones. But his leg difference is better by 11 legs.
First leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
But is it fair to say, at this point, Laura, this game is all about Sykes?
Yeah, I think for us, most definitely. Probably not for Andy Bolton,
100.
but other than that, yeah, I think Tom has done the hard work. He did lose that opening match, did have a bit of disappointment there against Wayne Jones, but really did fight back, came back strong to beat Scott
100.
Taylor to get himself back on level points, and now it's very much about maintaining that. All Sykes can do really
100.
is win the remaining games. Same with Taylor, and it really does then come down to the small details, the leg difference.
You're the one who said it yesterday. Let's get ready to rumble.
84.
Sykes.
Yep, and you can all sit back and watch us wreck the mic.
Or if you're Andy Bolton,
58.
he'll just wreck Tom Sykes. He'll just wreck Tom Sykes.
I think it's getting worse.
It is getting worse. Let's get back to the action.
100.
A bit of discomfort there for Andy. That is quite normal when he's played 3 consecutive Group A days. It's happened before. He knows how to manage it.
57.
But let's not forget as well, Sykes has only lost 2 games this week. That's a Herculean effort. Same can be said
140.
for Scott Taylor, but he's only lost to 1 player. Whereas Tom has lost to 2 different players.
96.
But the point you
and
alluded
requires
to,
77.
the fact that Sykes has got that head-to-head record in the bank of 2-1 against Taylor, it could be vital later on. Double top for Andy.
37.
Yeah,
Tommy
just a
requiring 90.
pinhead away. And every leg, I just feel every leg in these upcoming matches is going to be important. As Sykes looks for the ball.
Game
And
shot on the first
yeah, that's a
leg.
great
Tom
finish there
Sykes.
for Tom Sykes. That would have hurt Andy Bolton.
They're the kind of shots that really do sting.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first.
You've had 1
Game
dart.
on.
They've got a 3 dart out. It's technically a 2 dart out, but he takes it in 3.
Yeah,
And that is the sign of a quality player, isn't it? When they're able to do that
58.
more than once. Because the bullseye this week has been fairly beneficial for this fella. I
140.
think he's starting to get the bit between his teeth again after that shaky start that you mentioned.
yeah, just probably a few nerves. It's that first match, isn't it? We all know that feeling. Playing very early on, playing the
58.
first game. But yeah, you said about those bullseye finishes. One of the closest other games that Sykes has had was that 4-3 win over Barstow, and that's where we saw the bullseye put to good use by Tom Sykes.
121.
Every game today with the darts. Who's got the throw in this game?
180.
But it's Bolton who has the first maximum.
Yeah,
140.
almost a case of anything you can do. Not quite, but it'll be Sykes that's first at a finish.
95.
Oh,
Tommy
that looked
required
painful.
100.
Sykes takes this. It would have been more pain.
41. And you require
Well, look on the bright side,
110.
Tom. It didn't hit the 60. That one does. And that
Game
one hits
shot
the
on
back of the
second
net.
leg. Andy Bolton.
I love this game sometimes when the margins are so
Third leg,
close.
it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
That's something we've seen Andy Bolton do several times so far this week. Your opponent sat there on a 2-dart finish or on a double, takes out a 3-dart
100.
checkout. 104 we've mentioned already. That's been one that served him very well, but 110 to add to that now.
Great games, in my opinion, are consecutively won by 1 dart. What I mean by that is
100.
somebody's sitting on a double and you take it with the last dart. So technically, the leg has been won by 1 dart. Then other legs where someone misses a shot,
180.
and by a shot I mean 1 dart, then the next person hits it with 1 shot left. They're the great games. This is a great game.
180.
Keeping Charlie's tonsils loose before he goes to the World Seniors tomorrow.
140.
I'm sure there are plenty of people getting ready for the World Seniors today, tuning into this here, getting a bit of inspiration.
100. Tommy require 81.
I quite often find that actually watching is quite conducive to kind of inspiring you to up your game.
Bullseye again. And
Game
it's
shot
hit
the
again
third
by
leg.
Tom Sykes.
Tom Sykes.
Bullseye Tom. Well, we're just
Fourth leg, it's
spitting
Andy
into
to
the
throw
wind here
first.
with nickname
Game on.
possibilities for Tom because he still doesn't have one. But 2 out of 2 on the bull. Quelle surprise.
Very good. You went all a bit
96.
Yoda on us then.
Did I? I'm a bit tall for Yoda.
And Yoda man.
60.
Never met a Yoda that wears Air Jordans. Now there's a nice image.
$97.
I wonder if these guys this week who are inching closer to the jackpot prize have thought, what could I possibly do with £20,000? What would you do with £20,000, Laura?
Ooh.
If you had no responsibility and you had
98.
to spend it in a day.
Oh, in a day?
Yeah, a bit like Brewster's Millions, where he's given 30 million, he's got to spend it in a month, and if he doesn't, he goes back to wearing a baseball jersey and
96.
jeans. But if he spends all of it and doesn't have anything to show for it, he gets 300 million.
Yeah, no responsibilities. I'd probably get a newer car and then, say around the 10 grand mark, then take the next 10 grand over to Vegas, straight on a flight. See you later.
Nice. I could see that thought made you feel
58.
very, very happy.
I'm hoping that's my Valentine's gift when I get home.
$139.
Your face tells me that's
And
rather
you require
unlikely. I tend to agree.
152.
I'll have to ask Aaron. That's Laura's husband, by the way. Very good dart player. And has played with us in the past.
58.
And did play in Vegas
Tommy
this year.
requires 72.
Double top for Sykes.
52.
Oh, the line was delightful.
And you require 94.
You can see from his gesticulation that he just didn't plant it high enough. There's the bull again. Double 16. That bullseye's getting a battering. And
Andy
the
Bolton.
finishing in this game is brilliant. 2 out of 3 for Sykes. Bolton 2 from 4.
Fifth leg, it's Tom to throw first.
This is an excellent game.
on.
Yeah, backs up that 110 finish with a 94. And once again, could have felt a bit painful for Tom Sykes, who, as we've mentioned, leg difference really could come into play.
180.
He might look back on this match and could have potentially have won it a lot quicker, Tom Sykes. And these legs, they could cost that top spot in the end.
100.
Do you know what I would do with no responsibility and 20 grand? It's not even a question.
34.
I'd go watch shopping. Something I've always wanted that I don't have would be a gold and silver Cartier Santos. Because my manager in
97.
darts has one, and it was his father's. So it's also an antique. I think it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. And I'd love to pass that down to my godchildren
180.
in the future.
Yeah, that's nice. Very nice. Yeah, I'm just far too clumsy and forgetful to kind of really invest in anything that's kind of worth more than, £100.
93. Tommy require 107.
There's the 57 out. Here's the 32.
Game
There
shot
you
on the
go.
fifth leg.
Another brilliant
Tom
finish,
Sykes.
and they've both got a ton plus checkout now.
Yeah, both players on these big finishes, that adjustment that they found to the 32.
Sixth leg, it's Andy
hit
to
that
throw
target on
first.
every occasion.
Game
94,
on.
110. And now we've just seen that 107 from Tom Sykes.
Well, they did share a bit of a smile there. It is Valentine's Day after all, but this is a very tense game because Sykes needs the points. Look at what he's doing.
115.
But also look at Andy Bolton's average. Yes, okay, it's 8 points down on Tom Sykes, but we have mentioned before, it
85.
has been around the 90 mark that Andy Bolton's played at. Really has upped his level.
This time of the day does tend to yield good quality. Got a couple of games under your
60.
belt. There's no more rust after getting up early in the morning. And it was at this stage on Monday
100.
where we had 3 consecutive ton plus average wins for Crabtree, Barstow and Sykes. And it was Sykes that got the biggest of 109.82.
100.
But au contraire, day 1 to day 3, in that third round, when the wins came for Crabtree, Barstow and Sykes, they were all done against the darts.
140.
I've listed that as probably the most impressive round of matches I've ever seen at this venue.
It was just one after the other, after the other.
97.
Can he leave himself on a very small two-darter?
97. And you require 129.
It is a two-darter, but it's not one of the nicest ones. No shot at bullseye this time. Had he hit that 60,
51.
we would have expected that
Tommy
bull to be
requires
hit.
79.
So I don't think it's been missed in this match at all. 13's first. Gutsy.
Game, shot,
The
and
gamble
match.
pays off.
Tom side.
Whether you agree with treble 13 first dot on that or not, it really worked. 4-2 for Tom Sykes. Gets him back to the top of the table, albeit having played one more game. Look at him looking at the monitor there next to the stage, seeing how good it was. Well, the good news, Tom, is that wasn't just good. It was much better than that. 105.8 with 4 out of 6 on the doubles, including that 79 checkout at the end. Well, Scott Taylor, you've got some answering to do because the question has been asked. You've got to play Cam Crabtree next. Can you keep pace?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the race for top spot takes another twist, takes another turn. Tom Sykes getting the better of Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 2 before the break, which means now the pressure's on Scott Taylor to get the better of Cam Crabtree in our middle match of the day. Watching this one, Paul Nicholson is alongside Laura Turner.
We are approaching lunchtime, and this is the sandwich game, the one right in the middle. So here we go with Scott Taylor trying to get to 22 points to join Tom Sykes, who is already there. Their leg difference currently is exactly the same. But if Taylor wins by any margin, he will return to the top of the table with
First leg,
two
it's Scott
matches
to
to
throw
go.
first. Game on.
Things are getting very, very, very interesting as the games available start to decrease.
59.
And if you are just joining us, they have already played each other, and Sykes won that by 4 legs to 3 in game number 4.
140.
That number 4 is interesting because on my results sheet that I'm compiling here, everybody on the left is getting 4.
43.
We have 7 games now with the throw in a row. Completely different to yesterday.
Yeah, it's pretty much the polar opposite. We only had the 3
95.
games going with throw yesterday. So we were kind of talking about it, but by my reckoning, what Scott Taylor needs to do is
96.
win by the same result or better than Tom Sykes. Now, he has beaten Cam Crabtree
58.
twice this week, and both of them have been to nil. So if you can do something like that, once again, all the pressure goes back on to Tom Sykes.
Yeah, that would do, for sure.
95.
That's someone who has played more darts in the last 2 weeks than maybe anybody.
96.
I just wonder how he's feeling.
Well, there's a motivation, isn't there? Even if he doesn't make it through,
60.
doesn't top
Can
Group
require
8, the motivation
112.
is that finals night is not just the trophy, but the cheque for £20,000.
Double 16.
96.
Crabtree still
Scott,
hasn't got his first leg against Taylor this week.
148.
But he might get it now.
132.
That's a great approach from Scott.
Can you require 16?
A man of many facial expressions in a short space of time.
Game shot on the first leg.
And a man who
Cam
knows how to
Crabtree.
hit double 8 with his first attempt there.
I do wonder sometimes with Cam if that just
Second
that
leg, it's
additional
Cam to
little
throw
pause
first. Game on.
does do him the world of good. He does play quite rhythmically, but he almost gets wrapped up in the pace of the other player. He's very much straight to the oche when that other
58.
person has left.
He's a mere baby in darts. He's only 20 and hasn't been playing at this level that long.
44.
Based on what he has achieved to this point, I think a Champions Week is a fair reflection of where he's at.
45.
But like I said to you on Monday, I'm of the belief that him not getting a tour card in January was a good thing. I think maybe he still needs to develop just a few more percent before he's ready for that.
Yeah, we've seen it with some players, haven't we? They've got their tour card early, and it's such a difficult tour. And
140.
in some ways can be quite restrictive because if you're used to playing, Scott Williams was one of the players I remember saying, you're so used to playing lots of different games. You can play Challenge Tour, in
123.
Cam's case Development Tour. Once you get that Pro Tour card, you don't have as many options and as many platforms to play on.
Doesn't like the lie with that second flight, so I think the 18s is the call.
174.
You bet your bottom dollar it was the call. Throws in a 174 to put Scott Taylor in a bit of jeopardy here.
98. Can you require 84?
He doesn't get the treble 13
68.
that was found
Scott, you
by Tom
require
Sykes
170.
in the last leg of the previous contest. Now, speaking of jeopardy, the answer was 170, and the question was,
60.
what's the
Can
highest
you
finish in
require
this format of the
60?
game? Double 8.
Game
It's
shot on the
2-0.
second leg. Cam
I
Crabtree.
think Tom Sykes likes what he's seeing.
Yeah, I'd agree. Absolutely. But also, Scott Taylor,
Third leg, it's
really,
Scott to throw
really
first.
below
Game
in
on.
terms of average. Just ever so slightly under 80 for this match so far. Very uncharacteristic based on what we've seen so far. Just how much of a toll has been taken
100.
by the amount that he's been playing over the last week and a half.
180.
More good news for Crabtree, who's starting to find A little bit more accuracy after a game that he had
85.
with Barstow that broke. It had to be some sort of record in there. We haven't had it confirmed yet. But first, in the previous
93.
match, in total, 6 doubles hit from 10 attempts. That's 60% for the game for both players, Sykes and Bolton.
60.
Game before that, 7 doubles hit, 53 darts at double. 43 darts more at doubles in that game than the one after it.
140.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah, that's darts, isn't it? Try and make sense of it. You think you kind of you've got the narrative. You know what to expect, and then the complete
100.
opposite happens.
Can you require 88?
Darts is not played on paper, it's played on sisal. Is he going to go for 18 Bolt? He was caught in two minds there because the statistics and the probabilities tell you that Scott
40.
Taylor's most likely not going to hit
Scott, you
this.
require
So laying up from that
156.
position is the right thing to do. However, Taylor does have a chance. Had a chance.
82.
Yeah, this is another
Can we
break
require
opportunity for
48?
Crabtree and to go 3-0 up. We were saying a 4-0 scoreline is possibly something on the cards, but we're talking it in the direction of Scott Taylor.
16. Scott, you require 74.
To stop the rot. Double top.
Game shot on
Consider the
third
rot
leg.
stopped.
Scott Taylor.
In this game, he's had termites.
Fourth leg, it's Cam to throw
They've been
first.
biting at him the whole
Game
time.
on.
He's just got rid of some of them. You don't tend to get those in England, do you? Termites.
96.
Horrible things.
No. One of the insects I dislike the most, though, ants. Ugh.
Termites are some of the favourite foods of the aardvark, aren't they?
58.
So if you've ever got termites in your house and they're eating all the wood, just get an aardvark. Because it's that simple.
140.
How did we get under that? Well, the mind of a dart player sometimes is a mysterious place. And sometimes the mind of a commentator is a mysterious place. I
89.
wonder what's going through the mind of Scott Taylor at the minute. Because he can't feel good about this performance so far.
No.
133.
It's a real turnaround in such a short space of time. Probably very optimistic off the back of that opening match where he saw Tom Sykes lose. Backed it up himself with a 4-1 win over
140.
Barstow.
Can you require
Then lost to Sykes
132?
and now finding himself 2-1 down in this match.
Could have used the 18s or the 19s. Had he got 4 of either, he would have left a preferential double.
43.
It didn't work out. And Scott's got to believe that he can get to something like 74 or better here and trouble Crabtree's position.
$56. Can you require
A
89?
great deal of joy there for Scott.
Yeah.
But be plenty for Cam.
I was going to say left scratching his head as Cam looks at
Game
32,
shot on the
pins
fourth
32. That's
leg. Cam
3-1
Crabtree.
in favour of Cameron Crabtree.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game
Wasn't
on.
the dart player doing the dance there? It was the dart flight. Tried to do a pole vault out of the stem. This really is an enormous
180.
test of the resolve of Scott Taylor. Physically, mentally, everything else as well attached.
And I'll be honest, I don't doubt that he has
59.
got that resolve, but does find himself in a position where he cannot make any mistakes.
I've already said today,
125.
as he misses dart 6 again, that's the second time he's done that today. Whoever loses out on winning this group, I still think they're going to make Saturday night come what may.
177.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
Right now, Scott Taylor's feeling like Rob Cross's
180.
walk-on song. Hot, hot, hot. On a 10 darter.
105.
We're gonna finish
Scott,
off this
requires
one.
16.
If he can have a purple patch between now and leg 7, you never know. There you
Game
go.
shot on the fifth
He's
leg.
within one now with
Scott
an 11.
Taylor.
Oh, how things could possibly change.
Sixth leg, it's
It's like
Cam
he
to
has
throw
to go
first.
behind every
Game
so
on.
often to put himself in that position. And then he just finds that spark. You can see he's, as he puts it, throwing the darts harder, but he's throwing with that additional
100.
positivity, that, for want of a better word, the aggression that he needs to be hitting those big scores.
Well, in the past, I've been part of and
93.
seen my peers do certain things in exhibitions where they'll play somebody locally and just have a laugh and
140.
it's all smiles. Then the MC will say to you, by the way, your next player is really good, so play them straight up. And then the player just flicks a
94.
switch and click. Just like that, they turn into the pro that they are. That's what Taylor has to do right now. He's got to switch on. Or if he switched on in the previous leg, he's got to continue to keep the switch flicked.
It's having that adrenaline buzz, isn't it? It's how
86.
you can maintain it. Honestly,
Can
if you could
require
bottle that kind of feeling, you know,
130.
when you think you're never going to miss, if you could purchase that and buy it,
I'd have a subscription.
have it on tap, a drip.
I'd be like Barney Gumble.
140.
Another bullseye. We've had plenty of those the last couple of games, but that is a guaranteed match dart or darts for Cam Crabtree to put Tom Sykes in the chairman's chair going into
121.
round
Cam, you
4
require 16.
on Wednesday.
No
How
score.
costly could that be?
Scott, you require 107.
Double 8 has been good to him in this game. He's hit it twice. Can Taylor survive? Double top.
67.
My word, that was thrown well.
Yeah, I think you almost bent the wire.
Cam, you require 16.
This game is all about fine margins.
Game,
But
shot,
match start
and
5
the
for
match.
Cam Crabtree deals a huge blow to Scott Taylor. Crabtree goes to 8 points within 4 of Andy Bolton, so he has a very, very, very small chance of still making it into Group B. However, the big story from that one is that Tom Sykes will remain on top of the table and he will have a 2-point buffer going into round number 4 today. They're the stats that you saw, and Crabtree is the first person to win today against the darts. When we come back, Wayne Jones will take on Chaz Barstow.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the pendulum swings again, this time in the favour of Tom Sykes after Scott Taylor before the break lost out by 4 legs to 2 to Cam Crabtree. So as far as Cam's concerned, still got an outside chance of qualifying for Group B on Thursday and Friday night, but there's going to have to be a lot of things that has to go his way. As far as Chaz Barstow is concerned, he could find himself 2 points off Andy Bolton in that third spot in the tail. If he can get the better of Wayne Jones, who's put in some decent performances, they beat Tom Sykes in his opener. So much for him to look forward to as far as Group C is concerned over Thursday and Friday. It's the final game from the third round of matches, and it's being watched by Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
First leg, it's Wayne to throw first. Game on.
Chaz Barstow now will be against the darts against Jones. And we've just seen our little streak broken as Crabtree has done himself a nice favour by beating the fancied Scott Taylor.
100.
But as it stands now, it's a 2-leg difference at the top between Taylor and Sykes and a 2-point difference.
180.
In this round of play after this match, it could all be said and done with a round to spare. This game has no
81.
bearing on who wins this group. However, if Taylor loses to Bolton and Sykes beats Barstow,
85.
it's done.
Yeah, I still think there might be a couple of twists and turns in the tail.
You strike me as the kind of person who likes knickknacks, because you like a twist and a turn.
60.
Knickknacks, as in maybe the crisps.
Yep. Where if, I know this is going off topic, but that for me is a super tier crisp.
180.
If you could eat them with a straw, you just would. But I'll tell you what, Chaz in this game, what he wants is a nice calm victory.
140.
Without the use.
Charge required 56.
Of 30 darts at a
Shot on
double.
the first leg.
There you
Chaz
go.
Barstow.
Other end of the spectrum there, 1 from 1. A very, very good start in 11 darts. And this
Second
is
leg,
why
it's
Chaz
Chaz to
Barstow
throw
sometimes
first.
is a bit
Game on.
infuriating. He can start a game like this and he can maintain it. But 30 darts at a double in his
57.
previous match to only just get over the line against Crabtree.
Yeah, I think you saw from the reaction there from Barstow, just hitting that double with the first start.
60.
Hopefully just put all thoughts of that one match out of your mind. They do happen. Especially when when your opponent's missing as well and you sense the
58.
opportunities, it becomes one of those games you get quite embroiled, and it can happen, and it very much did.
$100.
I mentioned on Monday that Barstow is a place in California. It's actually on the Mojave River.
57.
I'm fascinated by things like that. I'm such a nerd. But it's not far from Route 66 as well. It's actually one of the towns on Route 66.
100.
I wonder if he's ever been. I can imagine his social media profile being a picture of himself in front of the road sign.
140.
Welcome to Barstow.
Yeah, perhaps. Barstow looking for his kicks in this match.
Well, if you are ever going to do that famous drive
105.
between Los Angeles and Las Vegas, you will go past the town of Barstow. It's only about 4 hours, I believe, according to the movie The Hangover.
59. Wayne, you require 136.
Imagine it being a really, really nice drive as well through the Mojave National Preserve.
See, maybe that's what you should do with the £20,000 if you were to have it.
Yeah, but which
96.
car would I drive?
Charge require 130.
I've already driven a convertible Mustang in California, and that was quite the experience.
Yeah, I'd love to do it on a Harley.
55. Wayne, you require 40.
We'll come back to that. That's a really interesting topic. Double 10 for Jonah.
Game shot on the second
no
leg.
trouble with that
Wayne
whatsoever.
Jones.
So what I'm getting here is
Third leg,
Los
it's Wayne
Angeles
throw
to
first.
Vegas
Game
on a
on.
Harley. You've got to do it past the town of Barstow, but with who? It could be anybody.
125.
If I'm honest, I can't ride a motorbike, which is going to be a sticking point. But my dad's got a Harley, so I think I'll take my dad. He can drive.
Such a lovely answer.
95.
You're so sweet.
And that's what Aaron gets for calling me Moon Pig on social media.
There you go, Aaron. In your face, apparently.
41.
I like the idea of doing a Harley between LA and Vegas. With Kate Beckinsale.
Yeah, that's probably a
58.
much more reasonable answer, to be fair.
And she can ride the motorbike as well, because I can't ride a motorbike. I can imagine Wayne Jones on a motorbike doing some sort of
60.
hairy biker action through the desert, chucking on a bit of Black Sabbath. That's the kind of thing I can imagine him doing.
Only thing I think he's missing at the moment
44.
is a kind of a Damon Hetta style handlebar moustache.
He
And then
used to have a moustache, didn't he?
he did. I know it's missing.
Bring it back, Wayne. Bring it back.
130.
I think moustaches are due a comeback in the mainstream, aren't they? I've seen quite a few people who, especially in Australia, who are rocking the mullet
140.
and
When
the
you
moustache.
require
It's a very strong look, by the way.
145.
It's kind of that retro feel that it has at the moment. I think I just don't know, best moustache for me still, it's got to be Ronnie Sharp.
Oh, I'm with you there.
105.
Great answer. Still
Judge
plays a
require
really good game of darts as well.
164.
I wonder if he's at the Scottish Open this weekend.
Yeah, possibly. I met him out in Spain, in Benidorm, for just one of the opens out there a
40.
few years
When
ago.
you require 40.
Ronnie Sharp in his prime. A-grade moustache.
Game shot on the third leg.
A-grade
Wayne
doubling
Jones.
here in this game. 3 attempts for Wayne Jones and 2 hits.
Fourth leg, it's chance to throw
Barstow's
first.
only had 1
Game
chance. It does look like these two are going to go to Group C.
on. 100.
It's extremely tough to call who could potentially come through that Group C campaign and the Group B campaign that will
60.
follow from 9:45 tomorrow night. The Group C campaign will start at 1 p.m. So double darts for the next 2 days to see who will join the Group A
46.
winner for Saturday night. Mark your cards. 7:30 Saturday night. We will have the group games for you on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and we will be live on Sporty Stuff TV Saturday night
100.
to crown the Series 6 champion.
$100.
With the World Seniors Championship starting this week as well, and it'll be on for a few days,
43.
we may even have the World Senior Champion here next week with Double Trouble. But there's another possibility too. The World Senior Champion
140.
could be in the commentary box. Can you imagine if Chris Mason wins the title and has the trophy on the desk?
If you win the title,
100.
that trophy
Judge
has to be
require
on the desk.
150.
It would be. He'd bring it here.
Absolutely. Tough competition, though.
95.
First miss at double in the match, but have no fear. He will return.
Yeah, and again for Chaz, I think it's just quite important after that last match just to see these legs off quickly, efficiently.
138. Judge required 20.
Sounds like a German car. Quick and efficient.
Game shot on the fourth
Yeah.
leg.
First
Chaz
time
Barstow.
I've ever compared Chaz Barstow to a BMW.
Fifth leg, it's Wayne to throw first. Game on.
So there you go. We've mentioned 2 different types of transport in this leg. Although you'd have to fly to get to Los Angeles, unless you get a very, very long ferry.
140.
Do you mean long, just that stretches the Atlantic?
Yeah, I don't even think you could do that, could you? Unless you went around Cape Horn at the bottom tip of
97.
Chile and Argentina. Yeah, you'd have to leave somewhere like Portsmouth or Southampton, go all the way down the Atlantic Ocean, some of the roughest seas on Earth, go
85.
around Cape Horn, up the coast of Chile, past Ecuador and Colombia and all that, past Central America, and then up to Los Angeles.
93.
Now, there's a boat trip I don't really want to do.
I feel like you're overthinking it. We'll just stick with
think
a
I am.
flight. Just fly there.
Yeah, just get me to the airport.
100.
I do wonder sometimes, because this is the kind of thing I think about, and some other people do too. Where's the most obscure place that has a darts tournament?
140.
I know they have one in the Faroe Islands, but that's not that obscure.
No, there's a recent WDF tournament that's kind of arisen over in Egypt.
That's good. There needs to be
60.
more darts in Africa, in my opinion.
Yeah, actually, I think that is probably the only African venue that holds at least a WDF tournament that I know of. I know darts in South Africa is
131. When you
on the
require
rise.
160.
People working towards that.
Jones is working towards a victory if he finds this.
60. Charge required 40.
However, Chaz, who's been very effective in this game.
Game shot on the
Does
fifth leg.
take a 3-2
Chaz
lead.
Barstow.
50% in this game on the doubles. But he knows a thing or two about being 3-2 up.
Sixth
But
leg.
he
It's
doesn't
Chaz to throw
have the
first.
same level of
Game
scar
on.
tissue on the doubles at this point of the match than the previous one. You mentioned Costa Rica yesterday. They've got a darts
40.
tournament
Yeah.
coming up this year.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some perhaps over in kind of Barbados as well. So yeah, no, I think every country should hold a
60.
dart tournament, and I think it should be mandatory.
There's also a very interesting
82.
set of games that go on every couple of years. I do believe that there's another one coming up next year. It's the World Police Fire Games. So people who are involved with
100.
law enforcement and the firefighter service, wherever you're from. I believe they have their own
140.
intramural games. Because my good friend Tony Birtwistle has medalled in the archery and played in the darts competitions, which is one of the reasons why I've said to Alan Suter, how come you haven't entered? You would walk the darts.
60.
And he made the semi-finals of a Pro Tour event this week. Yeah, but he's never played in it, apparently.
99.
I do believe it was in Winnipeg last year. And the previous year, because they were trying to catch up after COVID, it was in the Netherlands.
it really does travel around.
180. Charge required 140.
That was the same location. Down for the 19s now.
78.
Good job there.
When you require 101.
To keep the match alive, we need our first ton plus checker of the match. Ooh, a change of plan.
83.
Just trying to make
Charge
something
required
happen.
62.
And I like that approach from Wayne. Even though he really does prefer double 16. He was just trying to figure something out there. This is 47. This is tops. That's a
Game
win for
shots
Chaz
and the
Barstow.
match. Chaz Barstow.
And he is firmly in fourth position now. He's now got a 4-point cushion between himself and Wayne Jones. And with that 4-2 victory, his leg difference will improve to -10. But he's in double-digit points in Group A now. And he's still got a very, very, very good chance of finishing in fourth position. As for third, doesn't look likely. When we come back, it's up to Scott Taylor to start round 4 with a purpose.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 3 rounds of matches have been completed on our Wednesday morning session. We've been watching all of the action in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson. Right, this is what we've seen so far today. Then these are the results from our 9 games up to press. It really has been a dramatic morning worth of hours. The first 7 going with the throw, the last 2 going against, and pivotally that 8th one going against throw as well. Cam Crabtree beating Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 2. Well, today has been about the race for top spot right from the very onset, and we've seen twists and turns pretty much everywhere we have gone. And well, it began pretty much from the first start today, didn't it?
Yeah, they've both slipped up, haven't they? But the fact that Sykes has slipped up, then Taylor has, and Sykes winning the head-to-head in game 4 means that he's got the impetus going into the final couple of rounds. Taylor, who has obviously hit the wall a little bit in round 3, has got to respond quickly. He's got to ask the question and put his opponent, who is Sykes, not direct opponent, but opponent in the table, he's got to put him under pressure. I feel like I'm talking like Phil Taylor here, because he always talked about put them under pressure, because if Scott Taylor loses his next match, it means that Sykes will feel a lot less of it.
So Sykes lost his first game, Taylor won his first game, and then that really did set up what was then to ensue with their second match.
Yeah, I think what Tom Sykes was feeling in that game was he was glad that he played him second. If he'd played him first, it would have been a very, very different match, because Scott came out of the traps, but after Scott got this victory, you just got the feeling that he was more settled than Sykes was, but his ability to come back and improve in the next couple of rounds just goes to show that maybe Tom is on a very good trajectory with his play overall. It's not just about this week or today, or indeed a match. I think his overall career trajectory is moving in the right direction.
And I suppose it was typical that the meeting between the pair went all the way.
I expected to go all the way. At one point, we couldn't separate them on points, leg difference, legs won. It was only an average of around about 0.3 of a point that would separate them. And these two are very evenly matched. They're good for each other. And if we're seeing a burgeoning rivalry here at the Super Series between these two for the rest of the year, more of it, please.
Yeah, we don't mind games like that, do we? So then that set up in situ, Ralphie, which was quite an interesting dynamic, because you had the top 2 in the table playing, well, 2 absolute spoilers, I suppose, at Champions Week. You've got to be filled with them, because you had Tom Sykes up against Andy Bolton, who we've been labelling as the best of the rest, whilst you had Scott Taylor against the Cam Crabtree, who has definitely improved today. We'll begin with Tom Sykes, who got the better of Andy Bolton, and it looked an assured performance from him.
He looked relaxed as well, because at one point between legs, I noticed that Sykes and Bolton looked at each other and just had this micro laugh. And I think because both of them have been through really good spells of form recently, they can just eat pressure up for breakfast with a spoon or a fork. And I like the fact that they are able to smile in pressure moments, because people tend to forget that if you smile when under pressure, it just relieves that tension just a little bit. So Sykes is in control, but the next 2 levels of play will give us our first combatant on Saturday. I'm really interested to see how it goes.
Scott Taylor lost out to Cam Crabtree in the 8th game of the day, and it has to be said, Cam's been probably the most improved player today.
With the exception of that Barstow game where there were, 53 darts at a double. Strange game, but with that one taken out, Crabtree has been a bit of a thorn in the side of some players. And this double 8, as you can see, it was hit 3 times by Cam in that match. It could have been 4, and had it been 4, he would have won it by a larger margin. So we know what area of the board seems to be working for him.
And you consider the victories that he's got so far today, is he putting the field in Group C on a little bit of notice?
Maybe, but we've seen from a different perspective that when you have a bad Group A, you can fix things within 24 hours. We know what these people can do, especially with Crabtree being a weekly champion. But when you start throwing fresh talent in the mix, anything's possible. I think he just needs more to happen over the course of 2 or 3 games. Maybe he has improved today, but he's going to need that on a more consistent basis the next 2 days, that's for sure.
So let's round it all up then by having a look and see what the table is saying ahead of the last couple of rounds of fixtures for the day. Because, as you can see, Tom Sykes, Scott Taylor, well, they're neck and neck, but it's Sykes now who's got that advantage on 22 points compared to the 20 of Taylor. And it is Scott that's in action now against Andy Bolton. And when you're in desperate search of a win, I think the last person you want to see behind you when you're throwing your darts is Andy Bolton right now.
Sometimes better the devil you know than the devil you don't. That's one argument. But you think about all of the people who could have been put in this position for Scott Taylor. You don't really want to be going up against someone as seasoned as Andy in this spot. But he's got something on the line himself. Let's not forget about that. He wins this game. He's definitely in Group B. And he could even be going there with Scott in the next couple of hours.
And these two do have history here at the Super Series as well, because Scott Taylor stopped Andy Bolton from getting through to Champions Week in Series 3. Maybe revenge is a dish best served cold. Right. Lunchtime arrows for Paul Nicholson, who's going to make his way to the commentary box to join Laura Turner for this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. I have to agree, there feels like there's a bit on the line. They're all smiles at the moment, but I'm sure as soon as Charlie Corsafine says game on, they will be 100% focused on the task in hand. For Scott Taylor hasn't had a huge amount of time since that disappointing loss to Cam Crabtree. Didn't quite find the performance levels that he's needed. And now finds himself 2 points adrift at the top of from the top of the table from Tom Sykes. So you feel a win here is imperative for Scott Taylor, but equally very important for Andy Bolton, who would very much like to find himself in Group B going into tomorrow.
$48.
Where do you stand on the argument that Andy Bolton is probably the nightmare opponent for anybody in this situation at the minute?
Yeah, I think if you take that off the back of perhaps how Taylor has just played, but it's kind of following that disappointment. It's 2 consecutive losses for Taylor. It's not something he's had this whole week. It's, you know, his third loss, his first loss against someone who isn't Tom Sykes as well. So for me, it's how he bounces back. But yeah, Andy Bolton, we know what he's going to bring. He's very, very solid.
100.
He's been very consistent all week, and he's got a target himself.
If he does lose 3 in a row,
60.
that means Sykes has a game against Chaz next, which could rubber stamp his Saturday night. It would make him uncatchable.
100.
Yeah, we did mention, didn't we?
100.
In Scott Taylor's campaign.
And he required 107.
Last week, he had an off day, which happened to be the second day, the Tuesday. Feels like he may be having a bit of an off day today. As Andy Bolton narrowly misses 36 for that opening leg.
I think it's probably the ultimate compliment to Scott that we could classify today as a day off, because he's averaged 94, 96,
130.
and 90.
And he required 36.
But that is less than he's done the last couple of days. However,
18.
the bounce back,
Scott, you required 24.
might just start now with an unexpected break of throw.
Game shot on the
Well,
first
there you
leg.
go. A somewhat
Scott
fortunate
Taylor.
break of throw, because he can't believe he was given that opportunity.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw
He
first.
got it. He
Game
took it.
on.
He will move on and hopefully make it 2-0.
Well, let's be honest, the narrative today prior to those last 2 losses has been that it's needed 102 average or
46.
more to actually have beaten Scott Taylor. Okay, today he's been beaten by a 93 and by another 90 plus average, a 96 average, sorry. And I just think
100.
sometimes, and his expression told me everything there, you sometimes just need a bit of luck. You need a bit of a break. I think most players have just played their best game against Taylor in order to get that win.
I think you make an interesting statement there, Laura, because there are some of us who
140.
believe that luck doesn't exist in darts. However, fortune does. Because in that first leg,
87.
Scott Taylor's done everything he can to leave a double. He's left it. Is he lucky? to get a shot at double 12? I don't think so. Is he fortunate that his opponent missed?
140.
Yes. What do you think about the subject of luck?
Yeah, I understand your argument. Actually, it's all about kind of
100.
semantics. It's the way you word things. It's like mentioning the word momentum for lack of another one that tries to get your point across. But I do understand it. Yeah, perhaps luck isn't quite
83.
the right word.
I'm with you, though. I use that word way too much in life. I will walk up to someone, and even when
60.
interviewing players here at
Scott,
Super
you
Series,
require
I'll say good
92.
luck. It's just a ubiquitous term, whether you believe in it or not. Maybe winning the lottery is about luck. But
52.
we use luck
And
as
you require
a term
154.
of endearment. We use it to wish someone well, even though we may not even believe in it. Is he going to stay there? I think he did the right thing.
122.
But the
Scott,
right thing
you
for
require
Taylor is to get
40.
rid of this quickly. Nice graduation with
No
dart 1 to
score.
dart 2, but he misses
And
the
you
line.
require 32.
That could be costly.
No
Pause
score.
for effect, and unfortunately for Andy, he's not getting closer to rubber stamping his Group B
Scott, you
campaign over the
require
next
40.
2 days by missing 32 3 times.
Yeah, wasn't made to pay. Scott Taylor presents himself with another fortuitous opportunity.
20.
I think that's what we should say now. Not good luck,
And you
but
require 32.
good fortune.
Good fortune. Sounds like a really good message in a cookie.
Game shot on the second leg.
Very, very nice.
Andy
And
Bolton.
he's somewhat returned the favour there. That is a leg he could have easily lost, but
Third leg,
it's
it's
a
Andy
leg
to
he's
throw
taken
first.
away from Taylor.
Game on.
You give with one hand, you taketh away with the other.
Yeah, and I'm telling you now, that smile from Scott Taylor, it's not a happy smile. That's a,
96.
how did I just miss that?
There are many people out there who are probably screaming at their
140.
devices saying, of course luck happens in darts. I'd love to hear your interpretation of what is lucky.
100.
I guess the difference is fortune would just cover any event. You know, is it luck that... It's going to sound terrible, but something you sometimes think about. You're playing against an opponent. You're
95.
playing your best darts, but still can't get anywhere near them. You kind of want the board to fall out, crush their darts, so that, you know... Is that luck or is that fortuitous?
I've only ever seen the dartboard fall off the wall once. That's my good
44.
friend Emily Alford from Canada. We were playing in an exhibition in Nova Scotia. And she went to take a dart out the board. And the board fell off the wall. And that's how she got her nickname.
59.
Off the wall, Emily Alford. It's just one of the premier nicknames in the sport.
Yeah, it goes back to what we were talking about this week. I like those organic type of names, ones that are born
140.
out of circumstance or a good play on a name, as we always kind of like to mention, Frosty the Throwman.
57.
Yeah, I
And you
don't think
require
that nickname will ever be beaten.
121.
51 for Bull. Misses the 51 by the same margin as the 60.
57.
And Taylor's got options.
Scott, you require 150.
Stay. Go.
135.
Wow, that was such a good
And
try.
he requires 64.
Different message for Andy. He has to go to 8s. But he's not
Game
made
shot
to
on the
wait.
third leg. Andy Bolton.
Tom Sykes in the practice room right now is the biggest
Fourth
Andy
leg, it's
Bolton
Scott
fan
to throw
on the
first.
planet.
Yeah, and you could understand why. Just putting
96.
Scott Taylor under a lot of pressure.
I think there are plenty of people in the Portsmouth vicinity waiting to support their player come Saturday night.
100.
Scott has got people with him. I'm not sure if they've stayed since Saturday night, but I'm sure they'll be back if he's there Saturday night, which I'm sure he will be. Team
76.
Sykes, there's a few of them. Team Barstow would be interesting come Saturday night.
Yep, nice little local jaunt down the M27.
99.
Our 180 count today is nowhere near what we've had the last couple of
100.
days. Only one, well, actually 2 times today have we seen someone get 3 maximums. Sykes against Taylor and Sykes against Bolton.
98.
When you consider the fact that Sykes has got 7 more 180s than anybody else at the start of play, he is definitely going to be top of the charts when it comes to Saturday night.
139.
Unless somebody goes a little bit crackers over the next 2 days.
Stranger things have happened.
140. Scott, you require 90.
Bull start or bull finish?
Start at the top. That was a poor dart. Can't adjust, and things just seem to be unravelling slightly
62.
for Scott Taylor.
Just don't look,
Andy
Scott,
requires
because
64.
Andy's left the shot he's just taken. It's not going to be the same way, but is it the same result?
Game shot on the 4th
Bad
leg.
news for Scott.
Andy Bolton.
He needs to win 3 straight legs again. He was in this
5th leg,
predicament
it's Andy to throw first.
against Cam
Game on.
Crabtree, and all he could do was win leg 5. After that, he was dispatched.
Yeah, the difference being against Cam, he had the darts in leg 5, found that
96.
blinding 11 darter, went 5 darts into a perfect leg, and then just couldn't find anything else. And like you say, you just have to wonder if it's just a bit of fatigue setting in.
I wouldn't blame him if that's the case.
25.
But the bright spark is, if Scott goes to Group B, just look what he did in it last week. He was unbelievable. Even against Dave
60.
Evans, who was putting in stupid IP address style averages. He was still the main man.
99.
And he will have that opportunity, won't he, to have a little bit more of a relaxing day tomorrow, because obviously the action doesn't start till later in the evening in Group B.
Just to remind you, if
60.
you've just joined us, Taylor loses this game and Sykes wins the next one. Tom will win Group A and B on Saturday night.
100.
Everything else is just a byproduct. And one of those byproducts is Andy guaranteed Group B if he gets
58.
one more leg in this contest. And I think sneakily, even though he wanted to win this group, he'll be quite pleased that the booby prize
140.
is B instead of C this time.
Yeah, I think retrospectively as well, if you look at the standard that Tom and Scott have been playing, then absolutely it was that one space in Group B that the 4 of them seemingly were fighting after. Just we kind of called it after the first
100.
day.
Scott, you
Totally
require
dominated by Scott
137.
and Tom.
We have seen a 127 to complete a game this
97.
week. That was
Andy
Crabtree on
require
game
127.
day number 1. And he did that against Bolton to beat him 4-0. To somewhat return the favour, he needs 57.
87. Scott, you require 40. Game shot on the 5th leg. Scott Taylor. Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Something I've noticed, Laura, about Andy Bolton is that
140.
periodically through the day he has been having a bit of a chomp. I think that's really smart. A little bit of energy hit now and again.
96.
That's experience right there. That's someone who's done this before, and he's recognised that at certain points of the day he might just feel a little
100.
flat.
Yeah, especially we're coming into day 3, and it just keeps those energy levels up. And like you say, it's the experience. I think once you've played
100.
for as many years as Andy Bolton has, then you kind of know your body, you know what you need, and you quite often have those routines that you like to stick to as well.
125.
Scott Taylor getting annoyed at the prospect of not winning this group now. When he woke up this morning, he thought, please give me the next 2 days off.
123.
The fact that it is slipping a little further away at this point in time may just wake him up a bit.
Well, we said
58.
whoever out of Tom and Scott didn't top the group will be feeling mightily disappointed, because they've been outstanding, both of them throughout. But as you say, when you can feel it slipping through your fingers and you've put in so
45.
much effort.
Scott, you require
well.
78.
Sounds like an ABBA track, doesn't it?
I did think that.
Slipping through his fingers. Double top, though. It hasn't
Game
slipped yet.
play. Scott Taylor.
How big is this leg?
I'll tell you one thing, Scott Taylor is a super trooper, and I'd love to hear you say
Seventh
that
and
in your
final
Geordie
leg. It's
accent.
Andy to throw first.
Super trooper.
Game on.
I'm going to have to start doing some sort of Geordie slang
87.
favourite word app.
That would be up there with one of mine, super trooper.
I think you've got to get that accent. It really suits you.
80.
We're nowhere near Waterloo. Although, I'm not sure if the train from Portsmouth goes direct to Waterloo. I
100.
think it's actually London Bridge. Or is it London Victoria?
No, pretty sure it's Waterloo to Portsmouth Harbour. I can only say it because I've caught it a few times.
90.
One of the few trains that are on time. If you want to get to your destination on time here, big scores
98.
are very much just the ticket. What's Taylor got left?
137.
Penultimate game, and he must hope that Andy does not take 2 on 6 and 6. That's a tidy layup. What can Taylor leave? It must be inside 100. It's going to be much better than that.
138.
Cross your
And you
fingers,
require
here, Scott,
120.
and pray that Andy does not make you feel sick.
Yeah, just look at that snarl on the face of Andy Bolton. Needs the treble.
It's all in your hands now, Taylor.
60. Scott, you require 56.
This is your chance. Huge. To get to 22 points with Sykes.
Game.
Brilliant
shot,
dart.
And the match. Scott
How
Taylor.
good was the guide? And the fact that he could execute the last dart just under it just goes to show that when the pressure is on, Scott Taylor can deliver. He had the better average. He had the same amount of darts at a double in the match. But look how many they are separated by in the checkouts. 1 dart separated them in that match. There it is. Scott Taylor goes to 22 points, but he's still behind Tom Sykes in leg difference by 1 leg. What can Sykes do against Barstow next? Can Barstow do Taylor a favour?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Welcome back to Champions Week, where before the break we saw Scott Taylor get the better of Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 3. Bolton was 3-1 up in that match, but Scott Taylor showing his true grit and determination as well as some quality to boot to seal a 4-3 win in that particular encounter. Right, that means now it's all about Tom Sykes, see what he can do in response to the statement the Scots just laid out. He takes on Chaz Barstow, who is still harbouring hopes of a Group B spot. He'll actually be thankful of that result before the break because Scott Taylor's done him a bit of a favour for his pursuit. Right, let's watch this one. Here's Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner in comms.
You make a very good point, Henry, because that was a good result for Chaz Barstow. The complexion of this entire group could change in this game.
First leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game on.
Because if Barstow wins and he goes to 12 points, he will have a shootout with Andy Bolton in the last round to see who gets the
57.
last B spot. And if he beats Sykes, that means that it will be 22 points
100.
each for Sykes and Taylor. Does that happen? Or does Sykes get himself to 24? That's what we're up against now.
140.
As you say, this match feels like it's really going to shape the way that the table will look in the end.
84.
Tough ask for Chaz Barstow, who, let's be honest, has had mixed fortunes at the Super Series this week.
95.
But he's shown signs. He's had an 11 dart leg. He's shown signs of what he can do. He's taken a few ton plus checkouts. He's had that 102,
100.
which was against Tom Sykes, but ended up on the losing side of that. Very much about what game they can bring today.
I don't think there's any question that Chaz would prefer
40.
to play tomorrow night. But the last time he played in a Group C in Champions Week, it was a 9:30 start.
57.
Would he prefer a 1 p.m. start over a late start? We'd have to ask him.
60. Tommy require 160.
I do think the later start is slightly more beneficial. It's something he would have been used to playing on the Challenge Tour, playing at county level.
81. Chaz require 109.
This is our last morning session and early afternoon session of the week.
77.
And Tom has a
Tommy
chance to
requires
break in the very
79.
first leg of match 11. He's done it again? That's obviously his MO.
Game shot on the first
And it's
leg.
worked
Tom
twice.
Sykes.
Now let us just walk you through this if you are new to watching darts.
Second leg,
If you've
it's
got
Tom to
79
throw
left
first. Game on.
and you go for the 13s and get 3 of them, you can hit tops or 10s like Tom has just done. If you get the single 13, you're almost forced
96.
to go 16 for bull. If that's your play, fair enough. However, most people will go for treble 19 to leave double 11
81.
because what they want to do is get single 19 at worst to leave 20 for tops, which is seen as an easier out than 16 and bull on the secondary effort. There are 2 people that I know of who go for 79 and treble 13 first dart. Tom Sykes is one. The other one is Martin Adams. And if Tom does half of what Martin's done in his career, he'll be one happy bunny.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do tend to agree.
140.
I think for the majority of players, it's just playing that percentages, but he did use it to good effect earlier on today and very much so in this
83.
match as well. But you tend to find that, don't you, players will just have a routine. They will have it in their mind before they've even stepped up to the oche. It's natural. This is the way that I go.
133.
That was a wonderful 133 from Tom. Could barely see the third dart.
57. Tommy require 132.
We'll leave the magic tricks to the Joker when he's here tomorrow. Well, that could have been magic.
100.
I'm not sure that Take That wanted to sing about that.
Yeah, no, that last dart, I'm going to call it brave. Just the way that dart was laying into the bullseye. I think he could have easily clipped that and hit another ball, but again, paid off.
I'm going to call it silly because he shouldn't have done it.
No score. Charge required 100.
Chance for 100 to equalise in a leg that could have been polished off before this. Double top.
80. Tommy
It's
required
not going to be a
32.
magical end to this leg. It's going to be a scruffy one.
Game shot on the second
But it's
leg.
Sykes who takes it.
Tom Sykes.
I can't see him.
Third
Looks
leg,
like
it's
he's wearing
chance to throw first.
some sort of
Game on.
camouflage. As far as Dart shirt design is concerned, I think he's got some good ones, but this one,
24.
I can't quite get my head around it. It almost looks like marble.
Yeah, there are
140.
there are some outrageous designs out there. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? Most outrageous dart shirt?
I was a big fan of Nathan
60.
Aspinall's in Germany last week. I thought that was a proper elite shirt. It was wonderful. And someone's going to get their claws on that one, and I'm going to be very
100.
jealous. But Ross Smith, that shirt is phenomenal.
59.
There are some really, really bad ones, though, aren't there? I mean, I hate to say it. And I'm going to bring this up, and I haven't
55.
said his name in a while. But I bet he's watching. Jason Marriott. Guy I know really well.
95.
He's got some awful dart shirts. They look like they've been dipped in paint. And he's just, oh, I'll wear that then. Very similar to that of
100.
Peter Wright's pants.
Is this kind of an Americanization of the word
96.
pants and you mean
Tommy
trousers, or are we just going
106.
full on pants?
Just like his pants. Well, he's 103. I like to say in Glasgow, which is the next stop
40.
in the Premier League, you
Judge
can't do
required
that.
167.
But you can do this. At least he could have done.
78. Tommy requires
Now,
66.
Barstow is on Route 66. In geography, in darts, it's Sykes who's on 66.
48.
Yeah,
Judge
let
required
off.
89.
I just feel these two perhaps taking their foot off the pedal slightly in terms of performance, but there's a lot on the line. As we say, this match really can shape what the final table is going to look like.
41.
I thought we'd
Tommy
get more
required
matches like this
80.
today. More edgy affairs. We have had a lot of quality.
Game shot on the third leg.
And Sykes
Tom
is getting
Sykes.
everything to go his way. And that definitive action right there of, right, okay, we're 3-0 up. We've got a job to do
Fourth leg,
now.
it's Tom to throw
Put
first.
yourself within touching
Game on.
distance of getting this win. He's got Crabtree in game 15. So if he does get one more leg in this contest, he's going to know exactly what he needs to do
59.
come that. I think he can relax after this game for a good period of 30 to 40 minutes and just let everybody sweat it out.
85.
And then he can do his job come game 15, whatever that is.
Yeah, but what a wonderful position to be in control of your own destiny.
180.
I think he might be starting to relax now. That finish line is very close.
Do you know what? Philosophers would say that we all are anyway. That everybody's in control of
99.
their own destiny. What a wonderful thing to think. Not necessarily the case.
84.
Can you think of any examples of people who are not in control of their own destiny?
Yeah, but they all kind of end up quite fatal. You know, like someone drops a piano from a
42.
big building. You know,
A
you're
slightly macabre example.
like one of those sketches that you used to see,
100.
Coyote.
like a safe.
Yeah. Why a safe? I mean, what are they doing with a safe in the desert? Why would you drop a safe from a cliff?
170.
There you go. There's
Tommy
a fish.
requires
And a fish
78.
might want to be a dog, but it can't be a dog. So, Tom Sykes is the big man, potentially, because he's
Game
won by
shot
4 legs to
and the
0.
match. Tom
That's a
Sykes.
wonderful performance. Now he's got 24 points. He's He's got plus 26. He is so close to winning this group. It's a steady performance, as you can see, with 40% on the doubles and an 88 average. So it's all down to Taylor. What will he do in his final match against Jones? That comes in game 14. But before we even get to the final round, we've got Crabtree against Wayne Jones.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Sykes will be sighting a Saturday night and Champions Night to boot. He's got the better of Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to nil, so it's advantage to him going into the last round of fixtures. That result also confirms it's going to be B for Bolton, so that means C for Crabtree on Thursday and Friday. He takes on Wayne Jones, who's known for quite a while by now that he's going to be playing in the afternoon session. Well, Jones has been proved today, as has Cam, so 2 players that will be hoping they'll be moving into the afternoon shift on Thursday and Friday with plenty of confidence. But who is going to pick up the points in this one? It's not going to be one where the cats are going to be put amongst the pigeons. More, as Paul Nicholson said in the last game, the dogs amongst the fishes.
That was a very good segue, Henry. I'm quite happy with that one, actually. As we were talking about being in charge of your own destiny. It's not as if a fish can be a dog. But one of these is not going to be a bee. They aren't going to Group B because, like Henry mentioned, it is Bolton
First
who
leg,
is
it's Cam to
guaranteed
throw first.
a
Game
Group
on.
B spot. So, our Group C is confirmed now. So we're going to get Jones, Crabtree and Barstow. They're going to be up against Gary Stone, Ryan Harrington
57.
and John O'Shea from 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, and pick 2 from that lineup that are going to go through to finals night. Again, I think that's going to be tight and very competitive.
99.
Are you asking me for 2 right now?
Yeah, go on then.
97.
I had a bit of warning. I'm going to go for Gary Stone. I think he's someone who could really tear that group up. I'm going to go for Chaz as well.
100.
As much as I'd like to introduce a bit of chaos to Saturday night and Champions Night with John O'Shea, my inkling is that Chaz might squeeze in.
140.
So, whether I'm upset or whether I'm spot on, we're about to find out.
60.
It also means that Darren Webster, Ron Muhlenkamp and Rhys Colley, the winner of Week 11, will have Andy Bolton for company for a couple
76.
of nights. But who else?
Yeah, who else indeed? Very much looking likely to be Tom Sykes, but still cannot quite confirm it as yet.
134. Cam Urakai, 131.
17's first seems to be Route A these days.
91.
It's actually the
Wayne
second
Urakai,
biggest
108.
shot to have been hit to win a world championship in the PDC. 2010, Phil Taylor did it against Whitlock. He didn't do it that way, though.
Game Sean the first.
That's a bit of Wayne
leg.
Jones right there
Wayne
with a
Jones.
double 16 at the end. Earlier in the day, I mentioned that Wayne said
Second
to
leg, it's
us
Wayne to throw
he just
first.
wanted to play
Game
good
on.
darts today. Started well. He beat Sykes by 4 legs to 2. 81 average. He won't be happy with that.
100.
91 average. So he had 10 more in the next game and lost 4 legs to 2. That's darts in a
100.
nutshell for you, right there. Then another 91 average and lost 4-2 to Barstow. So, by that token, Wayne, play worse
30.
and win.
Yeah, that's when darts doesn't make a huge deal of sense, and that's why we often say stats. Stats are interesting. I enjoy
85.
stats, but they are an indicator.
It also proves that every game is different. You may have a game where you average 75 and win, and then you might average 110 and lose.
100.
Of the two, which would a dart player remember more?
It's all about the win.
45.
It's what you want, but the amount of times I got dart players whinging at me saying, "Oh, I can't believe I had 110 average and I lost." They always seem to remember the losses more than the wins.
Yeah, to be fair, I am quite guilty of that.
100.
Not that I hit 110 average, but sometimes my best performances, and it's when they feel good. I think that's the thing, and you still get beaten at the end. I guess
121.
it does. That's one of the scars that we've been talking about that you pick up over the years.
And they almost feel like physical scars because you can physically feel them.
131.
But it's more of a
Cam
mental
Urakai,
scar, but it
150.
manifests itself in different ways. Cam's been caught in no man's land here.
86.
As Jones will go for
Wayne
tops
Urakai, 40.
to get to the halfway point. We've just had our first 4-0 of the day.
Game Sean the second.
Oh, we're on the
leg.
cusp of another.
Wayne Jones. Third leg, it's Cam
Hasn't had
to
many
throw
dart
first.
shirts in his
Game
life, Wayne
on.
Jones. He's always been, do you know, I'll just wear a polo shirt. And that's perfectly fine. But when he was really mixing
58.
it with the big boys, making semi-finals of Grand Slams and things like that, he did have his own dart shirt.
Is that sometimes we always go back full circle, don't we, to like the psychological game? But
100.
is that something where people kind of enjoy going under the radar? I think they don't want to be that overstated person.
Yeah, it's personal preference.
96.
Some people want to be flamboyant, a la Bobby George, or the candelabra and a cape. And then you get someone who just says, you know, give me me darts. I'll wear what I want to wear and let's get it on.
60.
All sorts of different attire. And this is what I love about this sport. It's open to interpretation. We've had world
100.
champions wear awful dart shirts. And yes, Phil Taylor, some of yours in the 90s were terrible. How you played in those things, I'll never know. Liberace wants those back, by the way. But then you got
100.
1997 where it was won in a kilt.
Yeah, I did enjoy that one. Saw Les not so long ago, actually. Always take a little selfie when we see Les, but just came to our local county match.
I think Wayne Jones knows a thing or two about Les Wallace.
100.
Late
Can you
90s
require
stuff, and Wayne was
67?
a finalist in the World Masters. One of the most remarkable things about Les Wallace,
27. Wayne, you require 141.
winning record on tour. He won 2 events. 2. Is Wayne Jones going to win this leg with a 141? almost did.
129. Cam, you require 40.
You're on notice, Cam.
Game shot on the third leg. Cam Crabtree.
Somewhat fortunate to get that chance, but he does take it with both hands. Yeah, Les Wallace
Fourth
won
leg, it's
2
Wayne to throw
titles.
first. Game on.
The World Championship and the World Masters. If you were going to pick, at that point in time,
180.
2 titles to win and nothing else, they would be the 2.
Yeah, he'd always been a
100.
very, very accomplished, very good player. But yeah, to get your kind of breakthrough tournament moments, to have them in the tournaments of, like you say, the World Masters and of course the Lakeside World Championships.
140.
I mean, that's it, isn't it? You've kind of peaked rather early.
And Marshall James, who Les played in that
57.
final, is still playing really well. And hit a 9-darter not that long ago. I believe it was in his county shirt. So longevity in this game is very much a thing. When Cam was born,
44.
it
Wayne,
was
you
about 5 years
require
before
41.
that Wayne Jones was in the World Masters final. Double 16.
Game shot on the
it's a
fourth leg.
beautiful 11-dart
Wayne
leg.
Jones.
3 out of 4 on the doubles. And Wayne Jones is up to
Fifth
something
leg, it's
here.
Cam to throw first.
Averaging
Game
104 and a half.
Yeah, Wayne saving the best, not quite till last,
97.
but maybe this is the trajectory he's going. So looking forward to his match against Scott Taylor in a couple of games' time.
Yeah, this is not a good bit of news for Scott.
180.
And he's getting better. What words do you think are swimming through the brain of Scott Taylor at the minute
58.
ahead of playing this guy? Something akin to get it out of your system, Wayne?
Yeah, you kind of want to talk yourself into that kind of mentality because it's kind of quite easy to fall into that,
83.
what have I done to deserve this kind of mindset as well?
Yeah, the Pet Shop Boys said that a lot in the 1980s.
60.
That first dart has been delightful in this game. He's got a real focus about him at this point.
100.
It's amazing how much easier it is to enjoy darts when you're playing well.
Yeah, it sounds obvious, but it's very, very true.
134. Wayne, you require 138.
Chance to get the win then. And to put himself on 8 points with Crabtree.
98. Cam, you require 152.
By far and away, his best performance of the week. However, double 16
136.
doesn't come calling, and we heard that from all the way up here.
Wayne, you require
That
40.
poor hand of his, just been given a backhander.
Game
Wayne
shot,
Jones, take
and
a
the
bow.
match. Wayne Jones.
That's one of the premier performances of the entire week. 106.84. Considering his best average of the week was an average he had on Tuesday of 94.48. He's gone up more than a notch right there and has planted a little seed of doubt in the mind of Scott Taylor, who he has to play in the penultimate game of the day. Before we get to that, we will start the final round with Barstow and Bolton because they both know where they're going the next 2 days.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Wayne Jones put in a fantastic performance, averaging in excess of 106 to get the better of Cam Crabtree by 4 legs won. So we played 4 of our 5 rounds for the day. These are the results from the matches that we have seen on Wednesday at the Super Series. And look, it's all been about the battle at the top of the table. It was a two-way fight at the beginning of the day, and there's no signs of stopping there. Scott Taylor and Tom Sykes, they're still on that collision course. Both won their last matches. Tom Sykes convincingly against Chaz Barstow. But for Scott Taylor, things were less than routine, it's fair to say. He found himself 3-1 behind against Andy Bolton before then going on to win 4-3 to keep himself just in with a hope of qualification through to Saturday night's Champions Night. This 56 of Bolton left on 60 was what sealed it for Scott, and it keeps him in with a glint. However, what he won't like to see is the fact that he's got to take on a Wayne Jones, who's just hit 106 average in his last game. So maybe there's some more drama to come as far as the race to Champions Night is concerned. But within the next hour or so, we know the first player that'll be playing in the big occasion on Saturday night, and we'll be moving one step closer to lifting this particular cup. Right, let's have a look and see how the table looks then, just to dot the I's and cross the T's for you. So it is Sykes and Taylor. 2 points is the gap at the top of the table. Andy Bolton is now guaranteed to play in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. A matter of fact, pretty much every slot for Thursday and Friday is confirmed, apart from the one that will confirm the top place player in Group B, because we know Barstow, Jones and Crabtree are going to be playing their darts in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Right, the battle for supremacy reaches its final round to see who is going to be the first player through to Champions Night. We're going to take a break, though, from the top of the table and see what's happening in mid-table. We know Andy Bolton's going to be in the night session. We know Barstow's going to be playing in the afternoon. But who can round off their Group A campaign on a high? Let's find out in the company of Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
Yes, let's find out who finishes their 15th game of the group on that high. But what we have seen is a huge high from Wayne Jones, 106.84. And that is one of the premier performances of the week, eclipsing Cam Crabtree's 105.47 on Monday, eclipsing Scott Taylor's best of the week of 105.15, making 2 performances this week from Tom Sykes, the best 2 we've seen. But now, on the rostrum, in 3rd position, is what we've just seen from Wayne. More of that against Scott Taylor, and that will be a headache for him in game 14, which follows this.
48.
Chaz had a chance. Sounds like a really bad movie, doesn't it? He had a chance of getting 2 this game, which would have been a shootout had he beaten Tom Sykes in game 11. And then he would have been playing Bolton for a place in Group B. But we now know
59.
It is going to be Thursday and Friday afternoons for him.
Yeah, you kind of feel that that's a real marker that Wayne Jones has kind of laid down there for Scott Taylor
60.
if he can reproduce that form. But it is the first that we've really seen Wayne kick on and play at that level. And with a lot of the players, Cam Crabtree is another one. It's
58.
replicating that the match after. That's been the difficulty.
It's been a very even day
59.
when it comes to the daily statistics. But here's something that might surprise you. You got 4 players on 4 points for the day. You got
96.
Sykes on 6. Bottom of the daily table is Bolton on only 2 points.
90.
How often do you see that? Someone getting only 2 points from a possible 8 and are still guaranteed a spot in Group B come their final match. That is 60. Quite rare.
And you require 152.
Yeah, and I think that kind of harks back to what we were saying yesterday. He had that good day. It just allowed him to pull away from the rest of the field.
Game shot.
And it was shots like that
Andy
saw
Bolton.
him secure that place in Group B. 152 there, Andy Bolton.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
One of the premier finishes that we've seen this week. By far and away, Andy Bolton's best.
97.
He's had a triplet of 104 checkouts. I don't think we've had one from him today, which, come on, Andy, get your finger out. It's actually James Wade's
57.
favourite finish, that 104. We said that many, many times. High finishes in his games today of 48, 81,
100.
110, and 64. That one dwarfs the lot of them.
79.
Yeah, good adjustment there. Threw the first one really high, but
140.
yeah, corrected it well. And Andy Bolton once again down to a finish after 9. Just seen the 152.
57. Andy
Could we see the 164? It doesn't have to go for it.
$60.
It seems to me like Chaz may have just, in the words of Scott Taylor from yesterday, just hit the wall a little bit.
58.
Sometimes you need that
Andy
extra
required
hit of adrenaline
104.
just to get you through 5 games in a day, and he just doesn't seem to have it at this point in time.
No, I think Chaz will be disappointed just that he hadn't worked quite hard to try and force an opportunity. Stayed in the race for that spot in Group B for quite a while, but that last match just saw him off 4-0 loss.
But he's still
60. Andy required 56.
going to get double-digit points from a campaign where I think it's fair for us to say that he hasn't played anywhere near his best.
Game shot on the second
And he's
leg.
taken full
Andy
advantage of that.
Bolton.
You know, he was saying earlier in the day,
Third leg,
Laura,
it's
about
chance to throw first. Game
spreading
on.
the word of darts throughout the world, and we were talking about where we could have more tournaments. You mentioned that there's going to be a tournament in Tunisia. Maybe Egypt has got involved in the act, but there's a place in Zimbabwe
100.
that I think is begging for a darts tournament. Because it starts with Bulawayo.
81.
Sounds brilliant, doesn't it? What do you want to do when you got the bull left? Well, Bulawayo.
That's that can really work in your accent again. That's got to go on the Geordie app.
140.
Nico's Geordie app. Full of roller coasters. Bulawayos.
And Super
And
Troopers.
Super Troopers.
96.
By the way, someone on social media has got in touch with us and mentioned when we were talking about horrible dart
83.
shirts, Tony
Chance
Wood,
to require
who has been here a couple of
144.
times, good old pal of mine, Tony, and yes, his shirts are terrible. They're about as terrible as Muriel was in Muriel's wedding.
96.
If you need me to explain that line, you're not a movie buff, because Muriel was terrible. Maybe I'm just showing my
58.
inner Aussie there,
Chance to
because that is
require
very much
48.
an Australian classic.
It's a very Aussie film, yes.
Double 16 for Chaz.
Game shot on the third leg.
Very well hit.
Chaz Barstow.
That's more like it. 14 darter. Gets his average up a bit.
Fourth leg.
It's only
it's
a
Andy
hold
to
of
throw
throw.
First. Game on.
Yeah, just a bit to think about, I think, going into tomorrow for Chaz. But what's great about it, you can
140.
you can draw a line onto Group 8, just reset, start again. It's a brand new campaign tomorrow. New players coming in.
If you draw a line under the capital A
83.
of Group A, what do you have? You have a pyramid. The pyramid to success. I think I might have been paying attention in maths class.
Sometimes I just don't know where to go with these things.
I feel like that a lot of the time.
96.
I just get lost. Well, speaking of letters, you can see the X on that shirt of Bolton.
60.
He could still be the X factor of this week, but I've already laid down the dare. If he wins this week, he's got to get the mic and have a little bit of a sing-song. I wonder what he would choose to sing.
80. And you require 161.
Comes across as someone who likes a big song, a bit of a crooner maybe.
That's a great idea. Something by Frank
60.
Sinatra or Michael Bublé.
Well, ABBA, we can go back to that. Winner takes it all.
140.
Winner does take the most
And you require
this week.
101.
A fair share of the prize pool. Double 16 for Andy.
Game
He
shot on
looks
the fourth
really
leg.
sharp.
Andy Bolton.
You wonder why. When it comes to Saturday nights, he always seems to find his way to the final game.
Fifth leg, it's Chaz
Because
to
he's
throw
been in
first.
3 finals.
Game on.
It's because, if you look at how he's played this week, he always seems to play well at the end. He did it on Monday when he put in his best average performance of the week.
140.
He's got a really good engine, even when he's not 100%.
60.
You could even argue that fact for a lot of the games that when he looks a bit out of a leg, he just manages to find those 3-figure checkouts, and they can hurt,
58.
especially when your opponent's on a double.
They make them pretty tough in the north of England. Because I suppose you could classify Stoke as northern England. But he's gone
180.
further north now, and they make him pretty tough in Scotland as well. The soft drinks are even made of girders.
93.
I'm not going to try and say that in Scottish. The end could be nigh. If Bolton
100.
finds that massive out. Barstow's invitation to Group C is not far away at all.
51. And he required 161.
And that is a disaster. 51 bull would have given us the biggest out of the week. Still stands at 160 with Scott Taylor.
122.
Yeah, and that wry smile there from Andy Bolton, pulling into the 2, left him on 99, and best he could do there was back up to the treble 20.
81. And he required 39.
To get to 4 points for the day. Alongside 4 other people.
23.
He's missed his 2 opportunities.
Chaz requires
Chaz knows a thing or
78.
two about missed opportunities for the match. He's the mayor of that opportunity today when he played against Cam Crabtree.
58.
And his game could be up.
And he requires 16.
Very
Game,
well played.
shot, and the match.
A really good
Andy
professional
Bolton.
performance from Andy Bolton, who finishes on 14 points in Group A. And we'll see him again come 9:45 in Group B tomorrow night. Stay tuned for that one when you come back and watch the Group B action. So, Chaz Barstow, you will see before that, though. He'll be in Group C tomorrow. And he wins that one by 4 legs to 1 with 57% on the doubles. The next game is as big as they come. Wayne Jones, who's just put in 106 average in his previous game, if he does that again, Scott Taylor has got a lot to think about.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Andy Bolton has laid down the gauntlet for the field in Group B. 4-1 success against Chaz Barter. A couple of ton toppers in there, 94 the average in the end for the X Factor. He rounds off his Group A campaign on a high, but now it's all about who the victor of that group is going to be, because Scott Taylor's in action now up against Wayne Jones, and the situation for the man from Bolton is quite simple: win to stay in. If not, then Tom can sight up Saturday night ahead of his game against Cam Crabtree. So Taylor's got the opportunity to put the pressure on with victory against the Wanderer. And watching this one down in the commentator box, it's Paul Nicholson, who's alongside Laura Turner.
It's all on the line now, isn't it, Henry? Scott Taylor knows, I'm sure. For someone who doesn't look at the table, I'm sure he's had a peek now, because surely in this situation, you've got to know what you've got to do.
First leg, it's Wayne to throw first.
He is
Game
5
on.
legs behind Tom Sykes and 2 points behind. First and foremost, just win. But preferably, win by a distance.
60.
Yeah, another interesting one, isn't it? One that can still affect that top spot. For me, it would be intriguing to know afterwards,
55.
actually, if Scott Taylor did take a glance at the table, if he did come into this match knowing that he had to win. For me, I think I'd want to know. I think it would be beneficial, because he could perhaps have just looked at the results today and thought, no, it hasn't gone his way. He's resigned
140.
himself to Group B.
Some people are so, I'm not going to say stuck in their ways, because I think that's too harsh. They are so
99.
in their moment that they don't know the situation. Take Friday night, for example. Ted Everts had done everything he could to get through to Saturday night. Ross Montgomery
55.
needed 1 leg against Scott Taylor to qualify. He didn't have a clue. When we went to the stage to close the show, I looked at him and I said,
78.
just. And he said, what do you mean? He didn't know he was through. Some people just approach a game the same way they would every match they play. If that's your way of doing things, fair enough.
100.
But in moments like this, do you just need to know where you stand?
Yeah, as I say, I think I would, but I have seen it work in the other way. When you just
99.
need, when you
Wayne, you require
are in the knowledge that you
146.
just need a leg, you're more focused on that and not the actual win and not the overall result, and that can go against you as well. So there's probably no right or wrong way.
This is the right way.
114.
He's carrying
Scott,
on
you require
with the quality from the
170.
previous game. Still waiting for our first 170 finish
60. Wayne,
of
you
the week,
require
and by this
32.
time last week, there had been 3. Two 4s.
28.
An invitation for Taylor.
Scott, you require 110.
Only 1 treble needed this time. Can he get it? He can. Double 18.
Game shot on the first
The
leg.
timing of that
Scott
shot,
Taylor.
glistening off the dartboard, was that 110 checkout. It's not only a fortuitous look at that shot, but it's a break
Second
as
leg, it's
well.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
If he was to get a 4-0 victory in this spot, he would still be second in the table. He would need Sykes to lose.
85.
Bit like Clint Eastwood. We will cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, indeed.
100.
Yeah, I just wonder, I can see Scott there just trying to gee himself up. I just wonder how much he's got left in the tank.
100.
If you played 6 days a week in this venue for a period of weeks and weeks and weeks, it wouldn't take long for you to need a new tank.
100.
Yeah, and I think that's been one of the factors that's made what Scott's done so far this week all the more impressive. And I think it will be all the more painful if he doesn't top the group.
140.
In a way, the format here really does accentuate what darts is all about. You can be as little as 2 points away from winning the whole thing.
140.
But if you then have to play another match after it, all of a sudden you are 2,004 points away again.
44. Wayne, you
It's like
require
being 2 millimetres away
161.
from winning the Ryder Cup. And then you lose the hole and you have to go back to the tee. Bullseye for Wayne Jones.
119.
Yeah, good effort there
Scott,
from
you
Wayne
require
Jones, but champagne shot.
132.
Here's this incoming for Scott Taylor. Got the first.
Interesting.
122.
Well, he obviously thought the bull was closed. He didn't get another
Wayne, you
dart in
require
that vicinity. He
42.
thought, I'm going to go somewhere else. That was a gutsy play. It nearly paid off.
32.
My word, Scott Taylor, have you got a rabbit's foot in your pocket?
Sorry, Scott's last score was 118. Scott, you require 14.
No, he's been fortuitous. But it'll only be fortune taken if he can find this double seven. That lie's awkward.
I'm not a fortune teller. I can't tell you if he's going to hit this. Through the posts.
7. Wayne, you
Too
require
long.
10.
We just don't know how costly that could be. Not again, said Wayne.
6.
I feel like I'm reading a kid's story when I say that. Not again, said Wayne.
Scott, you require 7.
Scott comes along and finds that he's got 7 points. Can he do it?
Game shot.
And
the
he's a
second
very happy
leg.
bunny.
Scott Taylor.
Is this another branch? You've got the Geordie app on the way. We've got
Third leg, it's Wayne to
bobbleheads.
throw
If you're only
first.
just tuning
Game
in, that
on.
was something we were talking about earlier on today. So now we've got the Paul Nicholson read along.
Maybe I should make a kid's book
60.
about darts. That would be something.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
I'm giving all these ideas out for free.
180.
get nothing for free. In fact, I'll rephrase that because that was semantically inaccurate. You don't get anything for free in darts.
100.
Hang on. And this time he's only 4 perfect.
95.
But the most important thing is he's got a really healthy lead again against the darts.
Yeah, he's working hard for this. Tom Sykes in the back.
117.
Sure, he'll be Team Wayne Jones, but at the moment, Wayne's crafted out some brilliant opportunities. Been very unlucky on the outer ring, and Scott's been able to take advantage.
83.
Sykes knows that if Jones does him a favour in this game and beats Taylor, then he's going to play the last game without any pressure. What you've got to do if you're
60.
Tom
Scott, you require
is
143.
you've got to be in that practice area, focusing on winning your last match, come what may. It doesn't matter what happens here. You are in no power position in the practice
57.
room.
Wayne, you require 164.
Maybe flick your eyes to the screen every now and again and see what the score is. Another for the bull. Oh, no, I tell you what. That is bad fortune. He might have ruined his stem as well.
114.
And salt in the wound. He actually gets the second 57 with dart 3.
Yeah, 3
Scott, you require
perfect darts. I
86.
think the second one a bit too accurate.
Can he find the bullseye? It's
Game shot on
about
the
time,
third
Scott.
leg. Scott Taylor.
He's had plenty of chances at it today, and that's pretty good timing, isn't it? Saving his best bullseye shot for almost the last shot of the day.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to
Again,
throw
fist bump,
first.
that
Game
grimace,
on.
that trying to just really G himself up. One more leg, Scott. That's what he's saying to himself.
I don't know how you would describe Scott in a kid's book. Because he does have the
77.
kind of face that would fit the the bad wolf. But he's not like that. He's a lovely chap.
Maybe he's a bit of sheep in wolves
121.
clothing.
Maybe. If you're going to do nursery rhymes and kids' books, and you have to attribute darts players to the characters.
60.
That could be quite fun. Who would be Little Red Riding Hood?
Oh, I don't know. Who would you? Who would you? This is getting out there again.
This is getting out there, very out there.
85.
Especially if you're thinking who would be the 3 little pigs.
I'll let you answer that one.
That sounds like a really good YouTube video.
140.
That's better than really good.
Yeah, I guess we've got to have Wolfie as huffing and puffing and blowing the house down.
Oh yeah.
145.
Wonderful darts from Wayne. Perish the thought that he might go for 3 bulls. He's not made of that kind of stuff.
140.
But this might be the only chance he gets.
150.
Another again. He wrecked his stem the last time he went for a shot like that. But Taylor, who had a job at the start of this
87.
match, if
Scott,
he takes
you require
84, it will be job done and wait. Job
Game,
done.
Shot.
Now
and
he has
match.
to wait.
Scott Taylor.
He's within 1 leg of Tom Sykes on the same points. He's done his job. He's got 6 more points in Group A than he did this time last week. And it still might not be good enough, because if Tom Sykes wins the last game against Cam Crabtree, all of that from Taylor will be a moot point. However, he played very decent, and in the group he's played spectacularly at times. So, a short break coming up. Grab a cup of tea, everybody. The last game of the group is coming up. And Sykes, it's all about Sykes.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it all comes down to this. Scott Taylor has done his job. He's dispatched of Wayne Jones by 4-0. And so here we go to the final game of Group A. And at the end of it, we will know the first player through to Champions Night on Saturday evening. It couldn't be any tighter. Sykes 24 points plus 26 by way of legs difference. Scott Taylor plus 24 plus 25. But it's only Tom Sykes now who is in charge of his destiny. A win confirms it against Cam Crabtree, but because he's on plus 26 by way of legs difference, he has got a better suit there. Right, let's get into the final game of the group to see who the first player through to Champions Night is going to be in the company of Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
We have it on good authority that Tom Sykes has got 2 avenues to Saturday night. 1, win the game. That will get him to 26 points in a Champions Week group A. What an effort that could be. However, if he's not able to win, if he gets 3 legs, he will also be safe.
123.
So let's get down to it then. We have had a really tight day throughout all of the games.
97.
There are 2 players on 6 points for the day. One of them is this man right here. The rest of them on 4, so everybody's
85.
had a fair share. So on the line, a place in Saturday night, and also,
46.
if he beats Crabtree, he will be the player of the day. I know that's a tiny little bonus, but it'll do his confidence even more good going into what
46.
could be a career-defining day.
Yeah, I agree. Whoever doesn't get that top spot, they will be disappointed.
98.
They both put in mammoth efforts, Tom Sykes and Scott Taylor. But Tom Sykes is, for me, in the best position. It's all in his hands. It's down to what he can do. But again, sometimes does experience help you in this situation? If Tom's aware of what he needs to do, it's about holding it all together. Because Cam Crabtree, we've seen, he's put in some good performances. Lacked that bit of consistency. Had a much better day today. He could really play spoiler here.
93. Cam, you require 120.
Bit of ladder climbing going on here. There's step 1. Step 2.
100.
Misses step
Tommy
3.
required 94.
Sykes does not want to have to chase in this game. That's for sure. I don't blame him going for that shot.
44.
I can get behind
Cam, you
all of
required
that.
20.
That 54 was covered. Top's ball is very intelligent. Double 5.
Game shot on the first
First
leg.
blood Crabtree.
Cam Crabtree.
You can tell he wants to win this game for himself and nobody else.
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game
However,
on.
if he did win this game by a margin, he could get to 4th spot.
Yeah, it's all very tight at the bottom end of the table between 4,
140.
5 and 6.
I know there's a rivalry of sorts between Taylor
134.
and Sykes. But make no mistake, this is a game of North versus South. People saying there's no North-South divide
140.
in England. Yes, there is. And then there's the argument as to where it is. As in where the North ends and where the South begins. Are you a subscriber to the North being Watford?
Yep. That's just kind of the general consensus, isn't it?
100.
As you shake your head in disdain.
I think the South starts in Gateshead.
Really?
South of the
60.
Tyne.
$57.
I think it's actually
Cam, you
around
require
Nottingham.
161.
I think that's the official stance on it. 51 for Bull. Could have given him a
82.
2-0 lead.
Tommy require
Tom
130.
needs to do something. This could be classified as something. Oh,
shot on the
yes.
second leg.
Just when he needed
Tom
it.
Sykes.
There's me doing my first impression of Churchill today. And there is Tom getting his groove back. 1
Third
of
leg, it's
3.
Tom to throw first.
Check.
Game on.
Now for number 2.
Yeah, Cam just stood there in the background. Stood a bit like a one-handled teapot watching on.
57.
Everything we say at the minute is reminding me of children's books and nursery rhymes. I can imagine having a tree in the background in this children's book.
96.
And Cam's face is in the tree. Oh, look, Mummy, it's a Cam Crabtree.
Very good. Oh dear.
140.
You can tell us the last game of the session, can't you?
I think he should be honoured that he's in the book. I could have gone with anything there.
140.
Could have a collection of trees. You could have the Darth Maple.
Oh, yeah. Now we're talking about
100.
tree-related dart players. It really is the end of the day, isn't it? Got to have a bit of fun.
133.
Well, on Valentine's Day, you've got to love that shot. I think there's going to be some champagne popped today.
140. Can you require
Tom's done really well to leave
132?
130 after 9 and 64 after 12 in the last 2 legs, when Cam has played exceptionally well.
60. Tommy requires 64.
Got to be clinical. 16 tops.
Game
Impressive.
shot, third leg.
One
Tom
more
Sykes.
leg, and he will be in Saturday night. He doesn't strike me as the
Fourth
character
leg, it's
right
Cam
now
to
who
throw
just wants
first.
legs,
Game
though.
on.
He wants to finish on a win. He knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, but it really does solidify that
96.
position at the top. If you can get those 2 points, 2 points clear. Very clear-cut situation in the end, but great for us and everyone at home. It's gone down right to the
140.
very last match.
Well, you're a subscriber to the fact that Yorkshire may have a new burgeoning
96.
star in our midst. Because I'm starting to subscribe to the fact that this guy is destined to go places.
Yeah, from what I've seen.
91.
Not just what I've seen this week, but just the improvement from his first appearance here at MODUS Super Series. He's been very consistent in local, in the
59.
ADC, what he does at the UKDA playing for Yorkshire County. But for me, it's that step up in such a short space of time. And he's got that real want and desire, and you can see it here in the
60.
performance.
Yeah, we could even level all the blame at the ADC. So if Tom Sykes gets to Saturday and wins the whole thing, it's all your fault, ADC.
98.
Yeah, it's great. That's what it's set up to do. It's giving players opportunities to play here at the Super Series that wouldn't normally have that chance, have that opportunity. And it's great to see some of these
145.
players stepping
Can
up
you
and really
require
making the most of it.
152.
Scott Taylor's bacon is almost burnt.
90.
I don't
Tommy
think it's going to be
requires
saved.
65.
Is it double 6 or double 4? It's double 4 this time.
Game shot on the
He
fourth
has
leg.
made it.
Tom Sykes.
Group A belongs to Tom Sykes. He will no longer be caught. And Scott Taylor, who
Fifth leg,
craved
it's Tom
2
to
days
throw
off,
first.
is not going to
Game
get
on.
them. He's got to put in overtime if he wants to make Champions Night.
Yeah, I think for Scott Taylor now it's just a case of, once again, having a good night's sleep, really making the most of having
58.
at least the day off tomorrow just to kick back, relax and try and recoup a little bit before he comes back tomorrow evening.
Just how important now is it that
140.
Tom Sykes got that win against Scott Taylor? Because you think about the feed-on effect of it, and he's now playing with that vigour
180.
that was so evident the last couple of days. He's had his edgy moments, he's had his losses, but there haven't been many.
97.
And if he wins this game, in the entire group in a Champions Week, he will have lost twice.
133.
Yeah, great results. Absolutely fantastic from Tom Sykes. And we'll be looking to take out this
94.
130 here.
Tommy require 130.
Needed the treble.
94. Cam, you require 170.
Well, yet to see a big fish. Are we saving it for the very last match?
130. Tommy required 36.
So for a 4-1 win.
Game, shots,
Yeah,
and the
and
match.
there you have
Tom
it.
Sykes.
Absolute delight there for Tom Sykes. Disappointment, but great friendship at the end there. Nice sportsmanship from both players, but it is Tom Sykes who takes that victory 4-1. Another outstanding performance from Tom Sykes. 99.5 average, 4 from 5, 80%, and that massive 130 checkout, and that sees him top the table. He is going into finals night. Epic performance from both. Cam Crabtree had his opportunities, 1 from 4, 97.91. Again, top average from Cam, but just not enough for Tom Sykes. Brilliant from both, and very much looking forward to seeing them over on finals night. What can the rest of the field do as they head into Group B and Group C? And we can head over to the studio with Henry and Paul.
Thank you very much, Laura. Well, the Tom Sykes fairy tale here at the MODUS Super Series continues, and it has been a bit of a storybook few days for him.
It's been a very up and down day, starting with a loss, and at that point you started to think, is this in the stars for Scott Taylor? But that fourth game had such a huge effect, and his mood changed when he beat Scott Taylor. He started to believe again. We don't know how much he knew when he was going into this last match. Did he know he needed 3 legs? Did he think he had to win the match? But to put in that kind of performance when you need it, it just goes to show the improvement that Laura was talking about over the last few visits for Tom, because he is more ready to perform under pressure.
And not just that, he performed under pressure when Cam was throwing a big average at him as well. It wasn't just the fact that he played well in a big game. He played well in a big game when he had to play well in a big game.
Yeah, Cam's pushed him, and Cam showed with his actions with his hands that he really wanted to beat him to give Scott Taylor an opportunity. However, one leg in that contest just told me everything. It was leg number 2, and it was a desire. As soon as he lost that first leg, you thought, he's switching on now, and he didn't look back.
He most certainly didn't. Right, let's have a look at the results for today's action then and tell you how we got to this particular point in play. Right, that is how things marry up, and this is why it marries up like that. Interestingly, in that spell in the middle of the session, everything went against the darts, except for 2 games. Both of those games were won by Tom Sykes.
Well, there you go. We've seen that from Scott Taylor last Friday. Every game went against the darts, with the darts, apart from Scott Taylor getting the 2 breaks. So sometimes you've got to be able to do that. And in this short format of best of 7, you've got to have that quality if you want the biggest check of all of £20,000. And he's the only person who is guaranteed to even look at that check come Saturday.
Hard lines though for Scott, so you have to feel for him. He's played superbly over the course of the 3 days, and he's going to have to go again.
Yeah, he's going to have to rest well the rest of today and the majority of tomorrow, but I think he will. I think if you look at who's coming in Group B, he won't see any players there he's going to be fearful of. But I think he'll be fine. I don't think the energy levels are going to be optimum over the next couple of days, but the fact that he's got a large lie-in tomorrow and the ability to go and get fresh air before he plays, I think that could be the telling factor. And as long as he does that, and he comes here with plenty of energy Thursday and Friday, I think he'll be fine.
So, dejection for Scott, joy for Tom Sykes, and he's downstairs to Phil Bars.
Tom, many congratulations. You are the first man into Champions Week. Just sum up your emotions right now and how much are you looking forward to Saturday night?
Yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing for it. Obviously, I came in here as a bit of an underdog, but I've played awesome all week. So yeah, I've done well.
You've had an incredible Group A campaign over the 3 days. Did you feel untouchable at times?
I'm not saying untouchable, but I know I've lost a few games that obviously I've played well in and I've lost, but I've averaged pretty well this week. I've played well every game, so I'm happy with my performance and glad to be through.
Going into that last game, how much pressure was on it? Obviously, Scott put in a really good performance to put the pressure on you, and were you aware that you only needed 3 legs?
No, I wasn't, no. But I knew after I won 4-0 and then Scott won 4-0, I knew it was going to be close again, so I just thought, get over the line, win the game, and then I know I'm through then.
Look, Saturday night, all eyes are going to be on it. £20,000 on the line. Are you daring to dream yet?
No, I'm glad to be there. I said from the first time I were here, I was happy to make finals night, and I'm still happy to make it now, and then we'll see what happens from there.
What would it mean to you in your career, though, if you could go on and lift that trophy?
Oh yeah, it's massive. And like you say, £20,000 is a lot of money in it, but you've got to take it a game at a time. There's still plenty of time left to play yet, so we'll see what happens.
Many congratulations, and we'll see you on Saturday.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
So, Tom Sykes through to Champions Night. He's one step closer to this trophy. And do you know what? What a story he's becoming here at the Super Series. Came here as an ADT qualifier, won an ADT qualifier again to get back here, and then eventually win his week. If he wins this title on Saturday night, this is a major breakthrough for the ADT.
You'd have to say so. And just over a year ago when Adam Mould won here, we thought that was a big story because, with all due respect to Adam, not a lot of us had heard of his talents coming into one of the first weeks of 2023. But to take that next step, the ADC are starting to feed us more and more and more. And if Tom Sykes is a sight of what we're going to get from ADC domestic here in the UK, that's a great sign. But it's also a message to ADC Europe, who are going to send us players for the rest of the year. They've got to step up and be as good as this guy.
Most definitely. Well, I can confirm that now we've had consecutive champions. We've had ADT qualifiers make it through to Champions Night. Of course, Marina Michels came so close to lifting the jackpot in Series 5. Right, let's dot the I's, cross the T's, show you the table then. Following the end of Group A at Champions Week. And it is Tom Sykes who can set his sights on a Saturday night showdown here at the Super Series. Yeah, I might be practicing that one. Scott Taylor finishes in second spot. And to get 24 points at a Champions Week, that's some achievement.
It is an achievement, and if you'd said to Scott at 9:29 on Monday morning, you're going to get 24 points out of this group, he would have rubbed his hand and said, right, Saturday, here we come. Not to be. Every now and again this happens, that someone who's had a brilliant Group A situation, it's just not enough because somebody was just a little bit better. But don't forget how well you played, Scott. He has been superb for the last 3 days. Manage your energy, come back, and get that spot on Saturday night, because there's a lot of people out there who love to watch you play, and we want to see him there.
Andy Bolton, is he the type of player that is brimming underneath the surface? He hasn't got the limelight that maybe he would usually get because of the dominance of the other two, but having a look at Group B and his chances there, he's really got to fancy him, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. The last time Andy was in a Champions Week, he failed to make the top 3 in Group A. Then he went to C, didn't succeed, didn't make the top 2. So on this occasion, you just get the feeling that because he's won a Group B situation comfortably before, albeit not in a Champions Week, I just feel that that will be a situation that he can master a bit more.
Well, let's have a look then at the groups for the rest of the week and show you the all-important Champions Week tournament bracket. So we know Tom Sykes is going to be through to Saturday night. We'll talk about Group B in just a second. But let's begin with Group C, because that feels very open for interpretation and there's no clear favourite whatsoever. And you could say maybe for most of the players as well, there's 1 or 2 question marks around.
Yeah, I think there's definitely question marks because we're talking about players that haven't won a week. They've been given a substitute spot. So Rhys Colley will probably come in as one of the favourites because he won a week very recently. But a lot of us in the know think that Gary Stone has got the capabilities of steamrolling that group potentially. He's got a really, really high ceiling. And if he's in the sort of shape that we hope he is in, he could very well punch his ticket in about a day and a half.
Could Ryan Harrington go under the radar? Because some of the numbers we've seen him post in recent times, if he posts that on a consistent level, he's going to be a severe threat.
Yeah, I don't see why not. He's shown a really good knack of qualifying for Saturday nights here in Portsmouth. Hasn't won a title here. He's been in a couple of finals. But the amount of experience he's got is ridiculous compared to some of the others. Try and compare him to Tom Sykes, for instance. Tom's a greenhorn. He's been coming here for less than a year. Ryan Harrington's been playing for seasons and seasons and seasons. And does he have the same sort of ability as Tom Sykes? Yes, he does. Has he proven it? We're about to find out.
Indeed we are. Right, let's have a little bit more of a look at Group B now then. We know Rhys Colley's going to be there as a weekly winner. Who else stands out for you? I suppose Dan Webster's going to be the name that catches the headlines, isn't it?
Well, I think even if we don't laud Darren Webster, he's going to shout it from the rooftops himself. One of the most vivacious players. And I just love Darren because you just don't know what mood he's going to be in when he comes here. I do like the fact that this group is fairly open as well, but I do see it as slightly harder to win or potentially get in the top 2, even though you can be in the top 3. Getting in that top 2 is going to be harder than getting in the top 2 in Group C for me. I just see a bit more quality in Group B.
And bad news for the camera operators here at the Super Series, because last time Dan West was here, he was moving up and down everywhere. And he's quite a character. He's the type of character that kind of suits this format down to the ground, doesn't it?
Suits the format, yes, but suits the opponents? Absolutely not. He's a nightmare to play. Sometimes he's quick, sometimes he's deliberate. You don't know what kind of mood he's going to be in. So a nightmare opponent, in my opinion, for most of those people in Group B. So for that reason, I think he might just make it.
It's going to be very interesting to see indeed. Right, double session day tomorrow and Friday at the Super Series, where we'll find out the final 5 identities at Champions Night and see who is going to be one step closer to lifting this impressive trophy. And it's got some impressive names on it as well. Conan Whitehead, Raymond Smith, Luke Littler twice. I don't know if you've heard about him before. And of course, Jim McEwen, who won it last time out. Right, we're looking forward to the next couple of days, aren't we?
Absolutely.
We're going to get our rest. We're going to get our shut-eye ahead of a double session day of darts tomorrow. We kickstart at 1 o'clock on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. The second session is live at 9:45 and also be with you on Sporty Stuff TV. Well, on Valentine's Day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, I suppose it is the truest saying in the book. Roses are red, violets are blue. Tom Sykes is through. We'll see you tomorrow for round 2.
Oh,
Shot
what's
and the
that?
match